Chapter 953. That annoying ancient higher being had appeared again. No one knew where he was hiding or when he would attack, but every time he attacked, it would shake the heavens and earth. This time, the large hand grabbed slightly, pulling at the river of fate in the depths of the void. It exploded, causing the river of fate to break free from the boundless river's control. Damn it! Dream Kite, Hong Hei-yu, and Luo Feng all cried out in fury. The boundless river was about to devour the river of fate. Once it succeeded, the boundless great Tao would surpass everything, and everyone's strength would skyrocket. However, the mysterious higher being had taken away the river of fate. In an instant, a majestic power covered down and hid the river of fate. There was no longer any trace of the river of fate. It was as if it had disappeared. Even the boundless great Tao would find it difficult to find a target. As such, the boundless great Tao's plan to devour the river of fate completely failed. The heavens and earth continuously changed, but the red dust realm's changes gradually slowed down. What a pity, what a pity! Hong Hei-yu shook his head, but they could not do anything about that ancient higher being. He was an existence even more powerful than the strongest expert. Within the depths of the primal chaos core, Jiang Li, who was not in the reincarnation world, knew that his 103 laws had finally been completed. The depths of the King of Kings formation diagram started to change. He could not chase after the ancient higher being outside, so he had to first collect Huey's formation diagram. Now that the boundless great Tao was complete, collecting the King of Kings formation diagram was incredibly easy. In fact, Jiang Li could even completely absorb Huey's energy, causing his cultivation to increase. Rumble. 1/10 of the King of Kings formation diagrams that C had obtained were all absorbed in an instant. Within Jiang Li's body, the formation diagram appeared. 1/10 of the formation diagram had the 8 strongest experts' marks placed together. As expected, the combination of the marks and formation diagram produced an immeasurable and invincible change. Buzz, vast amounts of vital energy were boiling, and the marks of the most powerful experts instantly glowed with the most perfect luster. This luster gathered and turned into a straight beam of light that seemed to be able to pierce through the chaos and melt everything in its path. Sure enough, when the array diagram is condensed and combined with the mark of the strongest expert, it has the power to turn the world upside down. It's much stronger than a simple mark. No wonder Jiang Nailin is so fierce. But now that I have obtained 1/10 of the array diagram, I can completely suppress this child. Not only that, all the energy of this puppet will be mine. Although I can't absorb it now, I can store it in the depths of the infinite gold core as the strongest energy storage. Jiang Li rotated his cultivation base and directly absorbed the power of the pyrolite. In the blink of an eye, all of the pyrolite's power was absorbed into him. This energy rippled, shattering time and space, reaching the endless golden cores. Pyrolite's power was equivalent to dozens of the strongest experts combined. When this power entered the boundless golden core, the boundless golden core's transformation was even greater than devouring the river of fate. Kacha! The boundless golden core split open, but the light grew brighter and brighter. It was constantly reforming and rearranging itself, illuminating even the primal chaos. The red dust world expanded, as if it had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Unfortunately, such an enormous amount of power was difficult to digest. It would take time and effort. Buzz! Jiang Li's body exploded. In the instant of the explosion, he disappeared. He didn't come out to fight it out with Jiang Nailin, the freak. That would be meaningless. He could suppress Jiang Nailin, but that freak would be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, suppressing Jiang Nailin wasn't going to be easy. Jiang Nailin seemed to be backed by an almighty primeval being, and if he wanted to kill Jiang Nailin, that almighty primeval being would most likely appear. Besides that, Jiang Li had many enemies, such as the mysterious Yuan Shi. Since he had come here, he had long entered the core. The treasures he had obtained were naturally earth-shattering. His current power might even be stronger than that freak's, but he was restrained by the primal chaos and had yet to break the seal. Yuanshi was the most sinister and ruthless. He could come out at any time to kill him. In addition, the three-dimensional universe had disappeared. That person also had the power to overturn the heavens and earth. It was very likely that he had entered the core. This was something he had to pay attention to. Since Zhongli had obtained 1/10 of the formation map, the rest was easy. He just had to search for the formation map and increase his power step by step. At the same time, he would spread the infinite great Tao to the core. There were countless living beings in the core, far more than in the material world outside. Of course, Zhongli's greatest hope was for the Armageddon to start cultivating the infinite great Tao. The Armageddon cultivated the Chaos Divine Fist, but the Chaos Divine Fist was also a part of the infinite great Tao. From a certain point of view, no one could compare to Zhongli's infinite great Tao. As long as he was given enough time to grow, he could even surpass the primal chaos and become an unimaginable existence. As time passed, the infinite great Tao would spread like a rolling snowball. Everyone in the material world would start cultivating, and Zhongli's prestige would become more and more profound. However, it was not something that Yuanshi could compare to. It was also not something that Zhongnalen could compare to. Even the mysterious big shot behind Zhongnalen could not compare to Zhongli. Zhongli escaped. At this time, the freak and Zhongnalen separated, because they both realized that something was wrong. The statue had suddenly disappeared without them noticing. The energy, the formation map, everything had disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? The freak and Zhongnalen were both stunned. Not good. It's Zhongli who took advantage of the situation. He comprehended the 103 nomological laws of the infinite great Tao and the Tao of no formations. He took advantage of the battle between us and the freak to steal the formation map and all the energy. We suffered heavy losses. Let's go. We can't be entangled with this freak now. Zhongnalen's mind spun, and he completely understood what had happened. However, he was only secretly annoyed and shocked, but he still maintained his calm. He knew that now that the statue of Qi had been taken away, there was no point in continuing to fight with the freak. Making a prompt decision, he roared, activated the formation map, and fled with the others. The freak did not pursue them. Instead, he sensed something. He knew that there was a stronger existence behind Zhongnalen, and he even felt some fear and dread. He shrank back, and then many runes gathered to form a human figure. It was a youth who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. His face showed the vicissitudes of reincarnation, and there was a strong aura of decay and age. However, he looked young and could be said to be an old youth. There was a pensive look on his face. The infinite great Tao is indeed marvelous. This child is a weirdo born from thousands of reincarnations, the strongest in the last reincarnation. Or maybe not, but an even stronger existence. I've experienced his power this time, but as long as I devour him, I will become the focus of opportunities, and I will be more capable of defeating the chaos in the future. He muttered to himself, now that I've finally been born from the depths of the chaos, I'll give myself a name, Nirvana. In a sense, the son of chaos and I are brothers, but he's much stronger than me. Even so, I still want to devour him and this child to obtain the infinite great Tao. But this child is cunning, so I'll gather many malignant existences that have been brewing with me and assassinate him. Whoosh! He actually flew out of the core area and came to the current material realm. Then, he seemed to be searching, and in the depths of a huge world, he saw a shadow. The shadow sat cross-legged in front of a long river, the River of Fate. A boat floated in the river, the Nirvana ship. Powerful existences like Fate and Nirvana were trapped by the shadow, unable to break free. But the shadow couldn't refine them either. Who's there? The shadow was the one who had grabbed the River of Fate to prevent it from being devoured by the infinite great Tao. Although he and Nirvana weren't the same person, they seemed to have some sort of connection. Mighty existence, you're a malignant tumor from the depths of the chaos. Why are you looking for me? The shadow said to Nirvana. He seemed to know Nirvana's background. You're a mighty existence from the depths of the chaos, probably from the same generation as Bai. What's your name? Nirvana said. I'm Destruction. The Shadow said. I really am from the same generation as Bai. He died fighting against the primordial chaos, but I survived. Now, I'm in the final cycle of reincarnation. If things go wrong, the world in the core of primordial chaos that doesn't enter reincarnation will be completely destroyed. When that happens, we'll all die. You were born from the depths of primordial chaos, so you should know more than I do. Destruction. Nirvana. Destruction was like Bai, a powerful native of the core of primordial chaos, who had cultivated for countless years to reach his current level. Nirvana, on the other hand, was a freak born from the depths of primordial chaos because of the aura of sin. The two were equally powerful, but different in nature. Right now, the two of them were speaking with fervor and assurance, as if they were going to join forces. Destruction, the freak said, "You've fought the Infinite King. What do you think? I fought him too. His potential is unparalleled." "He's not scary," Destruction said. "What's scary is the infinite. Did you see that? Wherever the infinite river and the infinite gold core shine, the wisdom of all living beings will be awakened, and they'll give up everything to cultivate the infinite great Tao. It's like a plague, and in the blink of an eye, they'll subjugate one world after another." Destruction sighed. "I've tried to seize this infinite grand Tao time and time again, but I've never succeeded. As time goes by, Jiang Li's strength will far surpass mine. At that time, I'll also die a tragic death under his despotic power. Of course, you'll be the same. That's why you came looking for me. You want to join forces with me, right?" "That's right. If we join forces, we might be able to kill Jiang Li." Chapter 954. Destruction and Nirvana were both extremely strong. If dozens of reincarnation power experts worked together, Jiang Li wouldn't be able to stop them. But now, the two were also very wary of Jiang Li. The infinite Tao spread across the world, the infinite river hung in the void, and the infinite golden core shone through the ages. The three infinities affected all living beings. When all living beings gathered, they would be invincible. As more and more living beings gathered, Jiang Li's cultivation would skyrocket. In the end, the world would be united and the infinite would return. Even if Destruction and Nirvana were 10 times stronger, they wouldn't be able to do anything. More importantly, if Destruction and Nirvana wanted to improve, they had to start cultivating the infinite Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to improve on their own. They had reached some kind of bottleneck. It was almost impossible to improve unless they cultivated the infinite Tao. But if they cultivated the infinite Tao, their every move would be grasped by Jiang Li. He could even see the energy changes and countless secrets in their bodies. Their minds would also be gathered in the infinite river, providing power and mind to Jiang Li at all times. This was something they didn't want. But if they didn't want to, they wouldn't be able to learn the infinite Tao. This put them in a very difficult position. If we were together now, what are our chances of killing Jiang Li? Nirvana was a freak born from the depths of chaos. He was lawless, and the son of chaos was his brother, but he couldn't do anything about the infinite Tao. The infinite Tao was the #1 mystique. Whoever didn't cultivate it would fall behind. Whoever cultivated it would have the power to dominate the world. The chances are very small. If he chooses to die with us, there's a good chance. Plus, he's already formed now. He's absorbed Zhue's power. Look at the infinite golden core. If it transforms, it'll be the same as any one of us. Destruction saw it clearly. More importantly, we are calculating his current cultivation level. Every time we speak, his strength will increase by a level. Apart from that, if we kill him under the powerful pressure, he might activate the infinite great Tao to a deeper level of the supreme profundities. When that happens, he'll condense 104 laws and 105 laws. Then we'll die. I've made a plan. If the two of us join forces, we won't have much of a chance to kill him. The chance of us killing him is even less. This is the condensation of destiny. Under our pressure, the chances of comprehending more laws will increase. We cannot act rashly. Then what should we do? Nye said, if we kill Jiang Li now, we'll die. But if we don't kill him, we'll just wait for death here. Is there no way to kill him? Let's wait. Destruction shook his head and sighed. We'll join forces, get more resources, gather our strength, and fight him at the deepest level. Then, we'll wait for the Son of Chaos to come out. Since he's the heir of the infinite Tao, he'll definitely have a final battle with the Son of Chaos. At that time, it'll be our chance. We won't let him go, let alone the Son of Chaos. In fact, the Son of Chaos cultivation is many times higher than ours. He represents the will of chaos. Only the Son of Chaos can kill Zhongli. We just need to hide and try not to fight him head-on. That's the only way we can get the imprint of the strongest expert. Then, we can snatch the formation map and kill the other freaks in chaos to increase our strength. We can even cultivate the infinite Tao. Nia also thought it through and made a series of suggestions. Cultivate the infinite Tao? That's not impossible, Destruction said. Even if we cultivate the infinite Tao, which means we'll be increasing Zhongli's strength, we can still deal with him. Otherwise, the infinite Tao isn't the infinite Tao. We can't give up our chance to become stronger just because we're enemies. We've reached a bottleneck in our cultivation. Even if we get the imprint of the strongest expert, it won't be our own strength. It'll just be a powerful artifact. It won't help us at all. That's true. Nia nodded. The infinite is everyone's infinite, not just Zhongli's. Of course we can cultivate it, and we can also use his cultivation to reach the peak. But we can't cultivate the infinite Tao now. We have to wait for an opportunity. He has a great enemy called Yuanshi. Destruction said, we'll wait until he can't take care of himself. We'll cultivate the infinite Tao, and we'll steal it. He's the emperor now, so we'll become his subjects. But as soon as he weakens, we can chase him away and become the infinite king ourselves. This year, it's my turn. We're not in a rush, so let's just wait for an opportunity. If there's a chance, we can even plot against Zhongli. Yes, I think the same. We must find a lot of like-minded people. Let's deal with Zhongli together and do all sorts of big things. Nia said, okay. The two of them finally came to an agreement. Scoff. Zhongli appeared in the depths of the core, in another place that wasn't in the reincarnation land. He had obtained the energy of Hua, which he injected into the depths of the infinite golden core. This allowed the infinite golden core to have the abilities of Hua. Apart from that, he had obtained 10 out of 10,000 king diagrams, which greatly increased his cultivation. He had the power of 4 reincarnations, and adding on the 8 marks, he had the power of 12 reincarnations. This was not all. His battle power was far from just 12 reincarnations. With the King of Kings formation diagram, he had gathered the 8 marks together and boosted each other, causing his strength to increase by at least a third. In other words, Zhongli's battle power was about 15 reincarnations power. This did not include the infinite golden core, limitless river, or the red dust world. As such, Nia and Destruction knew how powerful he was and did not dare to fight him head-on. Zhongli avoided a direct confrontation with Jiang Nalin and landed somewhere else. He wanted to digest what he had obtained, and his entire body entered a deep state. The King of Kings formation diagram flashed with light, and he wanted to find out where the other formation diagrams were based on this formation diagram's opportunities. He already knew that this formation diagram was very powerful and was the bane of all marks. As long as he gathered this formation diagram, he could summon all of the marks and suppress them. There were 129,600 marks, and collecting them all was simply impossible. However, with this formation diagram, collecting them was not difficult at all. Limitless karma, limitless fate, limitless formationless. Zhongli activated the 103 laws that he had comprehended, the formationless technique, and added them to the formation diagram. Immediately, the King of Kings formation diagram exploded out with an extremely powerful light. Within the depths of the light, there were all sorts of marks, as well as traces of damage. These were traces of 10 large parts being torn apart. Zhongli wanted to make these formation diagrams appear one by one, and at the same time, he would be able to find traces of Jiang Nalin. The formationless technique started to tremble and wriggle as it suppressed the King of Kings formation diagram. The formation diagram flickered, and a jet-black void appeared behind it. Within the void, there were specks of light flickering. These specks of light were the other formation diagrams, and there were 9 large stars in total. They represented the 9 remaining formation diagrams, and they were scattered in different places. Zhongli immediately saw the formation diagram that Zhang Nailin was holding. It continuously moved about, sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west. Apart from this, there were 4 or 5 other formation diagrams moving about. From this, it could be seen that the formation diagram had already been obtained. The remaining formation diagrams did not move at all and seemed to be asleep. No one had obtained them yet. Every single person who obtained a formation diagram has great luck and great destiny. It doesn't seem appropriate to snatch the formation diagram from their hands right now. It will definitely create a bad karma, which isn't a good thing. So, it's better to take those ownerless items. Zhongli calculated a few things. He put the formation diagram into his body and began to lock onto a target. It was a sleeping formation diagram that hadn't been taken away by anyone yet. The core of the primal chaos was extremely huge. There was no limit to time, nor was there any restriction of space. It was practically boundless. Trying to find something within it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, since he had the formless method to locate it, Zhongli would have an easy time. However, he seemed to be quite wary of Zhang Nailin. This person is evidently being controlled by a higher being, and the higher being behind him is almost omniscient and definitely knows where some formation diagrams are. Moreover, as soon as Zhang Nailin came in, he obtained the formation diagram. He did not find it himself, but was given to him by that higher being. That higher being did not even want the formation diagram. Just what is he trying to do? Zhongli felt quite confused as he searched. The higher being behind Zhang Nailin was evidently much more powerful than the freak who had possessed the flickering Great Emperor and the higher being who had grasped the River of Fate. They were on completely different levels. Zhongli felt that the existence behind Zhang Nailin was quite terrifying. It seemed that even he was included in the calculations and could not be underestimated. He felt that his cultivation was far from enough, and he did not know what it was. There were some things in the primal chaos core that terrified him. The infinite great Tao could not permeate into this place. Up until now, it seemed that he had not spread the infinite great Tao to any of the living beings here. It seemed that the infinite great Tao could only be spread in the physical realm and could not be spread here. The living beings here could not see any infinite great Tao and could only sense the infinite great Tao. Zhongli felt that it was very strange. Logically speaking, the infinite great Tao should be able to spread to the depths of this place, but it was stopped by a mysterious force. Do I have to spread the Tao myself? Zhongli was puzzled. As he searched, he tried to see if there were any places where the huge natives gathered in the primal chaos core. All of a sudden, the space shook. He sensed that in the depths of the space in front of him, there was an incomparable amount of people gathering. The number of people here far exceeded that of the mortal realm. Swoosh! He tore through space and arrived in a strange world. The aura of the formation diagram was also faintly discernible in the depths of this world. This was a large empire where the natives gathered. Chapter 955. Zhongli stepped into the depths of the chaos core in the great empire. The depths of the chaos core was boundless and similar to the myriad worlds. It was divided into many factions and empires. Each empire fought against each other to plunder resources. However, Zhongli didn't know how these factions were divided, and he had no idea which empire was the largest. To him, this was still a piece of virgin land that had yet to be developed. He slowly landed on the ground and observed the local customs. He suddenly realized that the living beings in this empire were exactly the same as humans. Even their bloodlines were similar to the humans on Earth. In the empire, everyone was strong but lived in peace and contentment. Martial Tao was prevalent, and the social structure was similar to the feudal dynasties in ancient times. Zhongli landed in the imperial capital at the center of the empire. There were many temples built in the imperial capital, and the roads were wide. People came and went to do business and exchange cultivation resources. Powerful magical treasures shot into the sky, and some chaos divine weapons were even being openly sold. Innate chaos divine weapon, 3 great emperor marks, only 1 giant energy fruit. Some people were selling chaos divine weapons on the streets. The chaos divine weapons here were different from the ones outside. They seemed to have been refined with a secret technique and had a domineering great emperor mark on them. Jiang Li scanned the chaos divine weapon, and he could tell that each additional great emperor's mark was equivalent to a great emperor. 3 great emperor's marks meant that this chaos divine weapon possessed the combined strength of 3 great emperors. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Although they weren't worth much to Jiang Li now, they were still the middle power. Great emperors were still rare in the mortal realm. Great Emperor-level Chaos Divine weapons were even rarer. Chaos Divine weapons with Great Emperor-level power were already very powerful, but they were sold like cabbages in the Imperial capital. I will use the giant energy fruit to exchange for your Chaos Divine weapon. Not far away from Zhongli, there was a roadside stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, and there were a few Chaos Divine weapons on the table. They were faintly emitting the glow of treasures. The other buyer was a woman, and she was holding a fruit in her hand. This fruit was dazzling, and it contained a huge amount of energy. It was as though the sun and moon were sealed within it, and it could explode at any time. The fruit itself was equivalent to a golden core. In the material plane, Zhongli had never seen anything with such concentrated energy. There were treasures everywhere. I wonder what the structure of this empire is like. How many experts are there? I'm here to search for the formation diagram and spread it endlessly. I'm not here to plunder and fight. The infinity eye appeared on Jiang Li's forehead, allowing him to observe and understand everything that was going on. The population of this great empire far surpassed that of the mortal realms, and if they could accept his infinity great Tao, then he would be 2 or 3 times as strong as before. Moreover, the infinite great Tao could spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. Just like how a single spark could start a prairie fire. As long as it spread from one city, it would immediately ignite countless other cities. With his current cultivation level, he didn't need to ask questions. He just needed to calm his mind, and he could gather a lot of information. Not long after, countless pieces of information entered his mind. This empire was called Abyss, and it had existed for who knew how many billions of years. The emperor of the empire was also called Abyss, and he was invincible. He presided over the world and destroyed countless countries. He had many experts and fierce generals under him, and he almost unified the core. In fact, this Abyss was even stronger than Ho. He had once fought with the Ho Empire, and the empire was beaten back repeatedly. Then, Ho was killed by the primal chaos, and that was also because he was completely defeated in the battle with Abyss. Moreover, Abyss had also devoured at least dozens of people at the level of Ho. He had already reached a mysterious and unfathomable realm. With such power, even Zhongli might not be a match for him. Moreover, this person definitely had the formation diagram in his hands. The reason why the formation diagram did not move was because it was used to suppress the fate of the empire. As expected, the empire deep in the core of the primal chaos is truly huge. My mortal realms pales in comparison. Zhongli thought to himself, no matter what, I'll first hide here and secretly spread the Tao. If my guess is right, there should be more than one formation diagram in the depths of this empire. There might even be many imprints of the strongest experts in the hands of Abyss. He believed that he was not a match for Abyss. He could only hide in the dark. He had a trump card, which was the infinite Great Tao. The limitless Great Tao spread everywhere, its power unparalleled, able to destroy any empire. Even if it was a country made of iron, after the limitless Great Tao spread, there would still be loopholes because this represented the truth as well as the strongest contract. Moreover, in this Abyss empire, there seemed to be many kinds of ideas spreading. All kinds of doctrines were running rampant and conflicting with each other. The imperial court did not care. As long as no trouble was caused, The imperial court allowed everything to be free. It seemed that the imperial court officials only wanted cultivation and resources. Moreover, the emperor, Abyss, and the princes only believed in one thing. That was, the more powerful one was, the more one could suppress all conspiracies. Therefore, they did not care at all. They were all cultivating diligently. Very good, very good. Zhongli immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for him to spread his religion. Not to spread religion, but to spread the Tao. To spread the truth. To spread the truth. Brother, do you want to buy a Chaos Divine weapon? The peddler saw Zhongli standing at the side and hurriedly greeted him. At most, a few great emperor markings. Zhongli smiled. At most, I have 5 great emperor markings here. The peddler hurriedly took out a divine weapon. As expected, there were 5 great emperor markings on the divine weapon. It was equivalent to the combination of 5 great emperors. Its power could break through the defense of an entire universe, and even cause a stir in the immortal world. But here, it was just a very ordinary weapon. Of course, the peddler who could set up a stall in the great Yuan Empire was not a simple person. All the good things would be gathered in the capital. This thing was not something that could be found on the streets. I don't have money. Zhongli knew that the Empire's currency system wasn't as developed as the Red Dust realms. It didn't have a virtual network system, and it didn't have infinite coins like the Red Dust realm. Here, one could only barter or use a type of pill called the Abyss Pill from the Great Yuan Empire. This pill had the effect of stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. It could cleanse the body, gather the soul, and allow one to break through bottlenecks inch by inch. But Zhongli did not have this thing. Then what do you have to trade? The peddler seemed a little impatient. It seemed that Zhongli was not a big shot. I have a cultivation method that I can tell you. I can trade with you. Zhongli said mysteriously. You want the Abyss Pill to increase your strength. Now, I have a cultivation method that can increase your strength tenfold. You must be a liar. The peddler laughed. Now I am cultivating the strongest cultivation method, the Great Yuan Empire's 10,000 Abyss Divine Technique. This 10,000 Abyss Divine Technique has unlimited room for improvement. I have only cultivated to the 9 Abyss realm, but I am already equivalent to 9 great emperors working together. Next, it will be the 10 Abyss realm, and so on. As long as I have the Abyss Pill, I can continue to improve. There is no mystique that can resist the 10,000 Abyss Divine Technique. Is that so? Zhongli smiled. In that case, I will tell you the cultivation method first, so that you will not be suspicious. Actually, I am only here to preach. In front of me, your strength does not seem to be magical. As he spoke, he suddenly moved his will and transmitted the infinite great Tao into the depths of the peddler's mind. Even though the hawker was very strong, he had yet to surpass the existence of a great monarch. He was at most one of the best among the great monarchs, and was considered to be outstanding. Compared to Zhongli, the difference in strength was more than 10 million. Buzz, Zhongli's was transmitted into the depths of the peddler's mind. The peddler suddenly trembled. He felt as though he was in the ocean of the infinite great Tao. Endless profound meanings were transmitted. Suddenly, many lights appeared on his body. Then, the secret rippled in his mind. What great Tao is this? It actually abandoned the cultivation of Godhead. The peddler's expression was one of disbelief. I have never felt such an invincible cultivation method. It is indeed much stronger than the myriad Abyss divine art. Who are you? I'm a person of fate. Today you have obtained this cultivation method, so it is fate. I hope that you can teach this cultivation method to others. Also, you have to use the infinite great Tao to sense the void outside of the chaos. There is an infinite river that gathers the wisdom of all living beings. It is the fate of thousands of reincarnations, Zhongli said. Infinite river? Where is it? Why can I feel it? The peddler said. Zhongli was shocked. So, it is people in the depths of the chaos core who cultivate the infinite great Tao cannot sense the infinite river. This causes all kinds of obstacles, and their cultivation is also wasted. The infinite river was the wish of countless living beings who cultivated the infinite great Tao. This gathered and brewed, and in the end, formed the infinite river. This was the wisdom that Jiang Li himself could not produce. If one cultivated the infinite great Tao, but could not communicate with the infinite river, it was like buying a computer that could not connect to the internet. Naturally, it was useless. If one could not sense the infinite river, then there was no point in spreading it like a virus, because there was no way to spread it. People who cultivated the infinite great Tao, after sensing the infinite river, could communicate with each other spiritually. That way it could snowball. But now that they could not sense it, there was no way to spread it quickly. I have to solve the problem of sensing the infinite river, Jiang Li said, then told the peddler. You have to leave this primordial core. Only then will you be able to sense the infinite river, and your cultivation base will improve. I will think of a way to leave. The peddler could sense the wonders of the infinite great Tao, and he was filled with the spirit of seeking the Tao. No matter how many mountains and rivers, or how many dangers there were, he had to find the Tao. Whoosh! The brainwashed peddler disappeared on the spot. Jiang Li frowned. He had to solve this profound problem. Chapter 956. As soon as Jiang Li set foot in the Great Abyss Empire's territory, he sensed the different customs and practices. He prepared to preach, but found that the infinite Tao couldn't be spread out. He fell into deep thought. It was almost impossible to break through this barrier. It was probably the chaos that was constantly sealing it off. It was also afraid of the infinite Tao spreading. Otherwise, there was no reason why it couldn't be spread. Since Jiang Li had an extremely grand idea in his heart. Since the primal chaos prevents my infinite great Tao from spreading here, then I will create a new infinite river myself. In this core area of the primal chaos, I will create a new infinite river. The infinite great Tao, the infinite river, should have infinite possibilities. He made up his mind and steeled his will. He could feel that his cultivation had deepened yet again. This was the highest level of training he had received in the process of constantly challenging the chaos. He seemed to have grasped the secret of the 104th infinite Tao. The 102nd infinite Tao was no easy. The 103rd infinite Tao was no formation. What was the 104th infinite Tao? He was on the verge of revealing it. With just a primer and a little preparation, he would be able to reach a whole new level. To create a new infinite river, I'll need countless people to cultivate my infinite Tao. That's a bit difficult. What I need to do is seize power, the imperial power of the Great Abyss Empire. Then, with the Empire as the center, I'll spread my infinite Tao. That's the only way I can reach this point. But seizing power is easier said than done. I'll have to build my own team. But that doesn't matter. I can speed things up by brainwashing and establishing the infinite sect. I'll spread it like religions on Earth. Jiang Li focused his mind and looked at the capital city. There were people coming and going, and experts flying about. Some tore through the void and arrived, while others materialized from Qi and appeared directly. He was well aware of the complexity of the capital city. In the Great Abyss Empire, apart from the imperial power, there were many sects, and underground forces. There were even foreign forces lurking in the shadows. It was a mix of good and bad people, but it was the best opportunity for Jiang Li to develop. He could also establish a sect and spread it to the infinite Tao. The quality of the living beings here was very high, and their mental energy was very strong. Almost all of them were divine spirits, and even the weakest were true gods. It was because this was the core region of primal chaos. If one didn't enter the cycle of reincarnation, there was practically no death. Unless one was killed by someone, they could theoretically live forever. However, if one wanted to survive, one's cultivation base had to be powerful enough. The frequency of war and slaughter here was extremely high. Oftentimes, when archaic great figures fought, countless creatures would be completely annihilated, and even deities would be turned into ashes. It was difficult for them to have a good ending. In the depths of Jiang Li's mind, he quickly formulated many plans. He wanted to see how he could quickly build up his own power in the capital city. Get out of the way. Just as he was standing on the street thinking, a loud roar was heard. Bang, bang, bang. Many people weren't able to dodge in time. and they were blasted into pieces on the spot before transforming into strands of vitality and ashes. It was a murder on the street, but no one came to deal with it. It was as if the authorities did not care about it at all. Then, a man appeared. This man was holding a divine weapon. It was a divine spear. Then, a woman also appeared at the end of the street. She was empty-handed, but her aura was no weaker than the man's. In fact, she was even slightly stronger. Wow, this man and woman are so strong. They've almost surpassed the strongest in the samsara realm. Jiangli was secretly shocked. The strongest in the samsara realm was a standard for strength, which was the limit of the material world outside. However, this wasn't the material world, but the core region of primal chaos. Only those who didn't enter the land of reincarnation could surpass this standard. The people on the street retreated. Something big has happened. This is a battle between the Lord of the Giant Ruins and the Lord of the Weak Water. They each lead a huge sect, and they're the heavyweights of the empire. They've been killing each other for many years, and they're finally going to fight. Let's retreat quickly, lest we get caught in the crossfire. The empire won't care if we die in vain. Go, go, go. Why doesn't the empire have a rule against fighting? The empire won't care about such trivial matters. After all, any living thing that dies in the great Yuan Empire's territory will have their blood essence, vitality, and soul absorbed and sent to the mysterious formation diagram in the depths of the imperial city. Not only do they forbid fighting, they even encourage it. Let's hide far away and watch the show. That's true. It's best if the two overlords die together. Then we, the Myriad Emperors Union, can take advantage of the situation and swallow them up. Many intents spread out. Zhongli also sensed it clearly. He also hid and did not observe the duel between the two great experts. Instead, he observed the movements in the imperial city within the capital city. In his opinion, the two experts were heavyweights of the empire, but they were nothing to him. What he feared the most was the core ancestor of the empire, Yuan, in the depths of the imperial city. In the entire empire, there was no one he couldn't defeat, except for that person. Rumble. The man and woman started fighting. The man struck out with his spear, unleashing thousands of attacks in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the woman unleashed her fist technique, unleashing thousands of divine fists that bombarded the spearhead. Shockwaves exploded and spread out. Many people couldn't dodge in time and were killed one after another. Weak Water Lord, you can't do anything to me. The man suddenly turned into a shadow and attacked like a coiling snake. His body and the spear fused together, emitting a blue luster as if there was something extremely poisonous on it. It's the poison of enmity. The Weak Water Lord's expression changed. She retracted her fist, not daring to attack again. She was afraid of being infected by the poison of enmity. Even she wouldn't be able to withstand it. This sin of enmity poison is quite powerful. It is the accumulated aura of enmity in the depths of the primal chaos. After countless years of brewing, it finally transformed into this thing. With a single glance, Zhongli knew that this woman would not be able to withstand it. However, his eyebrows twitched as he came up with a plan. Buzz. His supreme psyche silently descended into the depths of the woman's will and spread the boundless great Tao. Rumble. A peerless aura erupted from the woman's body. She was a peerless expert and could immediately feel the profundity of the boundless great Tao. The energy in her body circulated and seemed to be able to break through the ages and refine everything. Fire. She rubbed her hand and flames appeared, slicing towards the poison of enmity on the spearhead. The entire spearhead melted in an instant, and the flames burned the body of the Lord of the Giant Ruins, causing his body to explode. He screamed in pain as he was wrapped in the flames. With just one move, the victor was decided. The spectators were shocked because the ruler of the Giant Ruins and the ruler of the Weak Water had been fighting for many years without a clear winner. This battle should have been a lose-lose situation. How could one of them kill the other in the blink of an eye? The Weak Water Lord seemed to be at a loss after killing the Lord of the Giant Ruins. She let out a long roar and immediately left, disappearing without a trace. However, Jiangli had already planted the seed of the boundless great Tao in her body. She would study this Tao diligently and spread it. She would also come looking for him. Slowly, this woman would become his. After the weak water lord left, the spectators had nothing else to watch. They gathered again, and the streets became lively again. Crackle. At this moment, a tyrannical will came from the depths of the imperial city. It swept across the entire capital city and spread out endlessly. This was extremely terrifying. It was more terrifying than any existence that Jiangli had seen before. It was all-pervasive and omnipotent as it searched for clues in the unseen world. Who is it? Show yourself. I know you've infiltrated my empire and helped the weak water lord just now. Show yourself. The will exploded in Jiangli's heart. However, Jiangli knew that his move to lure the snake out of its hole was effective. The battle between the Lord of the Giant Ruins and the weak water lord had been discovered by the powerful figures in the depths of the imperial city. However, how could he reveal himself? As the will searched, he unleashed the infinite great Tao. There was almost no trace of him. No matter how powerful the will was, it couldn't find him. Instead, he followed the will and sneaked into the depths of the imperial city, grabbing hold of some lifelines of the great Yuan Empire. Whoosh! He did the opposite and stepped into the core of the imperial city. There, he saw many servants and palace maids walking about. It was somewhat similar to the classical palaces of the feudal era on Earth. He could vaguely see the shadows of ancient humans on Earth. The prince has arrived. Everyone, please leave. The voice was heard. There was a young man sitting on a huge imperial chariot. He was shrouded in fortune and extremely powerful. He had the strength of 3 or 4 reincarnations. All the servants and palace maids knelt down. Jiangli immediately flew over, transforming into an incorporeal entity that landed next to the prince, an imposing general. In the blink of an eye, he possessed the body of the prince. In an instant, he knew all the memories, including the structure of the imperial city and the division of power in the great Yuan Empire. The prince before him was Calmi. He was one of the emperor's many sons and held great power. The general that he possessed was the prince's confidant. He held military power and carried out many killings. General Li, there's indeed an important figure infiltrating our empire this time. The divine sense just now was sent out by Father. He has been cultivating for many years and has never cared about worldly affairs. Why did he suddenly appear? Could it be that the important figure has threatened the foundation of our empire? What do you think? How can I gain the upper hand in the battle? The prince walked down from the imperial chariot and asked General Li whom Jiangli had neglected. It was His Majesty who attacked just now. I think we should discuss this after we meet with His Majesty, said Jiangli respectfully. He circled around in the dark and began to stir up trouble. Wait a moment, my most beloved younger brother is here. The prince was about to speak when another prince appeared in front of him. He looked young, but he had an imposing appearance and a mysterious aura. It's him. Jiangli suddenly had a bad feeling, because he sensed a familiar aura from this prince. That aura was actually the three-dimensional universe's heaven's will. Chapter 9:57. The will of the 3D universe had actually appeared, and had even turned into the prince of the great Yuan dynasty. Jiangli was extremely shocked. When the will of the 3D universe had disappeared, even the entire universe had disappeared, and Wang Chao had also disappeared without a trace. He knew that 3 had entered the core of chaos, but he did not know what this person wanted to do. Now that he had suddenly appeared, he had a bad feeling. Could it be that Wang Chao had been directly devoured by 3? Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible. Wang Chao's magical power was invincible, and he had an almost indestructible majesty. It would be difficult for him to die, even if he wanted to. As for what the truth was, he still had to carefully investigate it. His current identity was General Li, the confidant of the Prince Great Yuan. And this 3 before him was a prince, and he was definitely plotting something in the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Yuan, was unfathomable. To be able to hide from his eyes meant that 3 had a huge fortuitous encounter. Just now, Zhongli had injected the true meaning of infinity into the body of the weak water master, allowing her to kill the master of the giant ruins. This had alarmed Yuan, and Yuan had activated his divine will, which suddenly erupted and enveloped the boundless territory. If not for Zhongli's quick conversion, he would definitely have been discovered and died without a burial place. Therefore, Zhongli could be considered to have crossed swords with Yuan, even though he now had the power of about 12 cycles of reincarnation, and with the addition of the formation map, his battle power could soar to the power of 15 cycles of reincarnation. He was still not a match for Yuan. Moreover, Zhongli could feel that Yuan, in the core of chaos, was definitely not an ordinary character, and that he had mastered some kind of mysterious power. Otherwise, 3 would not have appeared here, and was even willing to be his son and engage in a power struggle. Very well, since 3 has appeared here, then it is even more valuable and meaningful for me to spread the infinite great Tao in the great Yuan dynasty. I can't spread it myself now, so it is better to let many people spread it. For example, existences like the weak water master, they have their own sects and can continuously spread my cultivation method in the depths of the sections. Once the power is gathered, it can link the inside and the outside and create a new infinite river. Zhongli secretly planned that he could also spread it through the prince. My little brother, aren't you in seclusion? Why have you appeared again? Could it be that Imperial Father has given you a new mission this time? The secret emperor was very dissatisfied with this 3 prince, and his tone was filled with ridicule. Secret, this time, it seems that a monstrous demon from the outside has intruded into our empire. So Father sensed the danger and woke up from his slumber. He summoned us here to discuss important matters. Don't let your guard down, the Tri-Transformation Prince said. Phone, it isn't up to you to lecture me. Secret was furious, as if he was going to pounce over and kill the 3 transformed prince. It seemed like the conflict between the 2 of them was not small. Zhongli knew that these 3 incarnations of the prince were called Feng. Feng was the word Feng split in the middle, representing the creation of heaven and earth. In the 8 trigrams, the word 3 represented the Qian hexagram, the so-called Qian 3 consecutive. If the word 3 was split in the middle, it would become the Kuan hexagram, the so-called Kuan 6 breaks. Therefore, the word Feng represented the creation of heaven and earth. That was what Sanfeng meant. This prince who had been possessed by the 3rd dimension universe's heavens will had a deeper meaning. In the end, Zhongli managed to discover many clues. I won't argue with you for now. Imperial Father must have summoned us to investigate the demon from beyond, Prince Feng said. I'll go see Imperial Father first. Umph. The secret prince didn't dare to fight here. He directly flew forward, passing through layers of palaces, and stopped at the plaza in front of the Divine Palace in the center. Generally, you know the rules here. You can't go in anymore, so just kneel and wait outside, the secret prince said. Yes. Zhongli urged General Li to kneel and secretly observed everything. He could already clearly sense the location of the formation map, as well as the auras of many of the strongest experts. So many of the strongest experts' imprints. How terrifying. Who is this Yuan? Could it be that he's really in the depths of the primal chaos core, and a great fortune has gathered on his body? It seems like he has more than one formation map. If that's the case, then I really can't win. It's extremely dangerous for me to stay here. However, the son of chaos is about to be born, and these powerful existences probably won't last long. If I can spread the infinite great Tao here, I might be able to fight against this person. Many princes arrived at the plaza, and then flew into the depths of the central divine palace. Rumble. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth rushed out, setting off a violent will. Zhongli hid deep inside, not daring to move. Not long after, the terrifying aura disappeared, and the princes flew out again. All of them wore joyful expressions, and they rubbed their palms as if they were ready to do something. The secret prince said, "Get up. We'll go back and discuss important matters. This time, Imperial Father has given us a big mission, and we need to complete a series of tasks. Zhongli stood up and looked at the subordinates of that Prince Feng. There were also generals waiting there, and they all left. In the mansion outside the imperial city, it was a huge, independent grotto heaven that was almost the size of a grand cosmos. This was the secret prince's grotto heaven. On the surface, it looked like a house, but there was a completely different world inside. General Li, you are the strongest general under me, and you have the military power. Today, Imperial Father has given me a mission. There is a material world outside of the primal chaos, and an evil devil has appeared there. He has mastered a legendary divine art called the Limitless Grand Tao. The secret prince said he entered the core of the primal chaos from the outside, and he even entered our great Yuan Empire to stir up trouble. Our current mission is to capture him. Of course, in addition to this, we also have to wage war against the outside world. Although the great Yuan Empire is huge, we still have enemies, such as the virtuous Paragon Empire, the Great Ming Empire, and the Great Exine Empire. They are all eyeing us covetously, and although we have suppressed them before, they are restless now. We must wipe them out. The Limitless Grand Tao? Zhongli pretended to say, Your Highness, I have heard of this Grand Tao before. What? This is my first time hearing about it. What did you hear about it? The secret prince was interested. Tell me about it. During one of my cultivation sessions, I sensed a voice from the depths of the primal chaos. That voice spoke of the limitless Grand Tao. It said that after thousands of reincarnations, it is the greatest fortune that surpasses the primal chaos. Zhongli continued, I was about to seek it further, but there was no sound. It was as if the Grand Tao outside wanted to penetrate the primal chaos and let many people know about it. Oh, there's such a thing. The secret prince became even more interested. No wonder Imperial Father is so serious about this matter. The strongest technique of our great Yuan Empire is called the 10,000 Abyss Technique. According to my current speculation, is it not as good as the Limitless Grand Tao? I don't know either. However, Your Highness can forcefully seize the Limitless Grand Tao and cultivate it to see how it turns out. If it is truly invincible, then you can sweep away all the other princes. Zhongli knew that the secret prince and the other princes had conflicts, and he could use this opportunity to tempt the secret prince to cultivate the Limitless Grand Tao. That's true. Since Imperial Father values the Limitless Grand Tao so much and wants to use all his strength to seize it, it must be something extraordinary. But how do I learn it now? How do I seize it? The secret prince pondered for a while and didn't doubt it. With his intelligence, he naturally knew how profound this technique was. I don't know about that. Zhongli guided him patiently. Your Highness is knowledgeable. Do you know about the world outside the primal chaos? The world outside the primal chaos is the greatest secret. I don't know a thing or two. It is a land of reincarnation, and it is different from our place. The primal chaos is used as an experiment to create a universe outside, destroying worlds and rebirth again and again. The power of those imprints is used as a standard, and they eventually become one. Just like how we refine pills, the furnace fire extinguishes, and the furnace fire burns to refine the essence. The secret prince pondered again. The world inside is inferior to ours, but it will refine something good sooner or later. The Limitless Grand Tao should be the strongest essence born from there. I have thought about this very clearly. I must obtain this Grand Tao. However, the Grand Tao has a carrier, and only by devouring that carrier can I obtain the Grand Tao. The carrier was Zhongli, and countless people wanted to devour him. We can hold a sacrificial ceremony. Zhongli came up with a lousy idea, but it secretly harmed the secret prince. Since I can sense the limitless Grand Tao from the unseen world, then your Highness's strength is 10 times higher than mine. You can definitely be the one to break the ice. Why don't we hold a great sacrificial ceremony and sacrifice the limitless Grand Tao? From what I can see, the limitless Grand Tao can't spread to the depths of this core, and it should be obstructed by the primal chaos. If our sacrificial ceremony succeeds, we can guide the limitless Grand Tao in. In that case, your highness will be a meritorious subject, and you can even obtain the power of the limitless Grand Tao. Yes, this is a good idea. The secret prince decided. Let's do it this way. Sacrificial ceremony. We will hold a large-scale sacrificial ceremony to capture the limitless Grand Tao first, and then the limitless Lord. Otherwise, with the limitless Lord's cultivation, it will be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he hides in the depths of our vast empire. Your Highness is wise, Zhongli hurriedly praised. But how do we conduct the sacrificial ceremony? I don't understand this, so I hope your Highness can give me some pointers so that I can do my best. The sacrificial ceremony is simple. The most important thing is the offering. We have a lot of offerings now, and all the people of the Great Abyss Empire are our offerings. Just go and capture them. The secret prince wore a cold smile, and with a wave of his hand, a densely packed spatial map appeared. The spatial map was three-dimensional, and it showed all the territories and space-time of the Great Abyss Empire. There were even dots of people living on it. The dots of light for the strong were glaring, and the weak were almost non-existent. Here, and here, these three cities are densely populated, the secret prince said. I'll choose to sacrifice the entire population of these three cities. Zhongli shuddered and felt that the Great Abyss Empire was going against the grain. Instead of ruling over the people, they were raising pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Chapter 958. With his glib tongue, Zhongli slowly lured the prince into cultivating the limitless Grand Tao. As long as this matter was successful, the limitless Grand Tao would truly spread out. As for the prince's sacrificial ceremony, Zhongli would play it by ear and see how it would turn out. However, the sacrificial ceremony was a must. Zhongli also knew that if the prince performed the sacrificial ceremony here, then there was a chance that the limitless river would be drawn in. At that time, Zhongli's cultivation would be completely different. It would be the same as winning against the primordial chaos. At that time, his cultivation would reach a whole new level, and he would be able to comprehend 104,105 universal laws. He might even be able to comprehend them all the way until the afternoon. In the end, he would be invincible, sweeping away the primordial chaos, overcoming the great tribulation, and leading all existences into an unprecedented era. Your Highness, what should we do now? Zhongli asked. Go directly to the sacrificial ceremony. I will preside over it. The prince's secret immediately got to work. Very well, but your Highness, communicating with the limitless Grand Tao will cause too much of a commotion. What if we are discovered? Zhongli was still a bit apprehensive. If the limitless Grand Tao was discovered by the Yuan and directly came out to interfere, then the gains would not make up for the losses. I know what you want to say. The prince's secret chuckled. The sacrificial ceremony will naturally not be carried out within the Great Yuan Empire's territory. It would indeed cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, the people in the three cities that I have pointed out are not good people. There are many evil spirits and Armageddon emissaries hiding within. I have long wanted to purge these three cities. This time, we should use this opportunity to refine all of the Armageddon emissaries. One emissary is equivalent to the souls of many people, so there is no better sacrifice than one. Then I can rest assured. I will do as your Highness says. Zhongli replied. Your task is very simple. Immediately train the troops and arrange a grand formation in preparation to attack the virtuous Paragon Empire. The prince replied. I will purge the existences in the three cities. Outside of this, I want to make a sacrifice in the territory of the virtuous Paragon Empire. We will invade this empire and engage in war and slaughter to absorb the energy of war. The effect of the sacrifice will be even stronger. At that time, I will even sacrifice the cities of the virtuous Paragon Empire one by one. It will snowball, and we will be able to completely seize the infinite Grand Tao. The truth is that this is very simple. The more power you pour in, the more will be yours. Just like an empire, the more military power and territory you have, the more power you have, the more authority the empire will be yours. Zhongli was slightly shocked. He knew that the prince's words were not without reason. The simplest explanation was that Limitless River was a company, and countless living beings learned from it by buying shares of the company. The more people bought shares of the company, the more valuable the company would become. As the actual controller of the company, Jiangli would be able to earn more money and gain more influence. However, if a tycoon suddenly appeared and injected a large amount of money to dilute the shares, or even seize the power of the major shareholders, it would be equivalent to an acquisition. Sacrificing was equivalent to buying shares. If the prince sacrificed too much, it would not be impossible for the Limitless River to change owners all of a sudden. Of course, with the prince's current cultivation, he might not be able to do it. He could be directly suppressed by Jiangli. However, what if there was an unforeseen event that caused Yuan to take action and sacrifice the entire Great Yuan Empire? If that happened, it would be very difficult for Jiangli to control the situation. He felt that this matter needed to be carefully planned. However, the current situation was already out of his control. He had already started the sacrificial ritual, and there was no way to stop it. After all, his cultivation was not enough, and he could not be omnipotent. That's fine. This is a predestined fate. I'm not afraid of it. Let's see who comes. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. If they want to seize my limitless river, I will kill them all. Without a predestined fate, how can a limitless river be reborn? I already know what the next 104 laws are, and that is restlessness. As the saying goes, there will never be a day of peace. Only when there is no peace and continuous predestined fate can one's fighting spirit be stimulated. Jiang Li sensed that the predestined fate was approaching. Although this sacrificial ritual could allow the limitless great Tao and the limitless river to enter the depths of the primal chaos core, the backlash would definitely be very great. This was the continuous predestined fate, and there would never be a day of peace. The 104 laws were restlessness. Once this law was condensed, Jiang Li's cultivation would once again step into a new realm. His own strength would definitely reach the realm of 5 reincarnations. Just like that, as he continued to comprehend the laws one by one, his strength would eventually reach an unimaginable realm. However, this law was only the preliminary structure. In order to successfully condense it, he still needed to borrow the power of many energy transformations. Fortunately, there were countless experts in the primal chaos core, as well as countless emissaries of Armageddon. They could all become his nourishment, so there was no need to rush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The prince flew away. Obviously, he was going to the 3 cities to prepare a cleansing, capture people for the sacrificial ritual, and seal space-time. Now, what Jiang Li needed to do was to reorganize his army and attack the Great Paragon Empire's borders. After devouring General Li, he had completely digested his memories. Therefore, he knew everything about the control of the military and the imperial court, including the conflicts between the princes and the ministers. Using the infinite Great Tao, he was able to understand almost every detail of it. With a flash, he arrived at his mansion in the capital. His mansion was surrounded by barracks. He controlled 10 armies, and each army had a large number of soldiers. They were almost the size of a universe. The material plane was incomparable to the great Abyss Empire. In his mansion, he had many wives and concubines, each as beautiful as a flower. "Master, you're back?" As soon as he sat down, General Li's wife came up to him. She was the daughter of a minister in the imperial court. Shrewd and well-informed, she said, "I just received news that something big is about to happen in the imperial court. I'm not sure if it's true." "That's right. I'm going to lead the army to war against the Great Paragon Empire." Jiang Li kept a respectful distance from General Li's wife and daughter. He was merely assuming their identity and waiting for an opportunity to spread the limitless Great Tao. "These are troubled times, so be careful. I know you're working for the Secret Prince, but I'm afraid it's time to pick a side. The Secret Prince isn't the best choice. I know that Prince Feng is the most favored one right now. I think it's better for you to side with him. That way, you won't be consigned to eternal damnation." The wife seemed to be trying to persuade him to switch sides. "Did you receive some news?" Jiang Li's heart stirred. He saw an opportunity to stir up trouble. This is a gift that Prince Feng sent someone to deliver today. Look, the wife clapped her hands. Immediately, many gifts appeared outside. The fragrance of spirit medicines and jewels soared into the sky. One of the treasures was the most eye-catching. It was a pair of yin and yang jade discs. They revolved around each other, giving off the feeling of reversing fortune, rotating the cosmos, and devouring the heavens. Good fortune jade disc. It's the good fortune jade disc. Zhongli was shocked. The gift from Prince Feng was actually the good fortune jade disc. This was the #1 divine tool in the material world back then. Even now, its power was still impressive. Although the core of the primal chaos was exposed after the opening of Yuanshi's treasury, and many invincible treasures appeared, there were still very few that could surpass the good fortune jade disc. Only the King of Kings formation and some other heaven-defying treasures were left. Right, the good fortune jade disc was in the hands of the master of the immortal tower and the master of the brain of the universe. They were both dogs of the 3D universe's will. Since the 3D universe's will had become Prince Feng, it was only natural that the good fortune jade disc fell into his hands. But giving this treasure to me, no, to General Li, is too generous. There must be some kind of conspiracy. Zhongli thought carefully. He used the limitless great Tao to calculate. Rumble. In the depths of his mind, his thoughts exploded. He could see that this good fortune jade disc was not ordinary. There were even countless living beings wailing inside. The auras of the brain of the universe and the immortal tower were brewing inside. Damn, this good fortune jade disc was actually swallowed by the 3D universe's will, the brain of the universe, and the immortal tower. Then, it came to the core of the primal chaos and killed countless people. Its hidden power is almost invincible. If I get it and refine it, it's very likely that I will be controlled by the power inside and become Prince Feng's. Zhongli immediately knew that this prince was up to no good. Whether you accept these things or not, it's all up to you, Master, the wife said. The wife said, look, among the magic treasures that Prince Feng sent over, the most precious one is actually that pill. The Heaven Awakening Divine Pills have been refined by the Great Yuan Dynasty when they had killed the Heaven Awakening Dynasty's emperor. They had turned him into 9 Heaven Awakening Divine Pills, which were used to guard the storehouse. Last time, the emperor rewarded Prince Feng with one. He's actually willing to give it to you. Accept it. Zhang Li's eyes flickered. In that case, I can't let Prince Feng's good intentions down. The Heavenly Awakening Pill is a good thing that can increase my power. If I don't accept it, I'll seem unreasonable and offend Prince Feng. But if you accept it, you'll offend the Secret Prince. Now, you're a direct descendant of the Secret Prince. The wife also wanted to accept these gifts, but she felt that it was very troublesome. She wanted to take them, but didn't dare to. That doesn't matter. Zhongli thought for a moment. The Secret Prince won't drive a wedge between me and him over such a small matter. However, I can't accept a reward without doing anything. Did Prince Feng ask me to do anything? Prince Feng left an invitation. If you accept the gift, he'll invite you to attend a banquet at his residence, the wife said. Zhongli waved his hand, and indeed, an invitation flew out from the pile of gifts. Okay, I'll go to the banquet immediately. I'll accept these gifts for now. He waved his sleeve, and the Fortune Jade butterfly and the Heavenly Awakening pill fell into his pouch. The other treasures were left behind. Put them in the storehouse. If you need them, choose them yourself. Yes, the wife was overjoyed. Zhongli had already disappeared. In fact, he wanted to spread the infinite great Tao to General Li's family. However, Prince Feng's sudden gifts ruined his plans. He felt that it was better to be careful. He wanted to see what the incarnation of the 3D universe, Prince Feng, was up to. Chapter 9:59. Since it was the banquet of the third incarnation of Prince Feng, Zhongli naturally had to go. First, he wanted to see if the other party had any tricks up his sleeve. Second, he wanted to lure the tiger to devour the wolf, and use this opportunity to spread the boundless grand Tao. The Secret Prince was not a good person. If he could sacrifice everyone in the 3 cities, he would also sacrifice himself. Perhaps he would sacrifice himself during the battle against the virtuous Paragon Empire, so the secret prince could not be trusted. The best way was to let the secret prince, Prince Feng, and the other princes fight each other until it was a mess. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and spread the boundless Tao. Moreover, he wanted to see what exactly Prince Feng was up to. With Yuan's strength, he should have known about the 3D universe's possession, but he didn't kill him. Instead, he openly admitted that he was his son. What was he thinking? If Yuan didn't know and was being deceived, then the power of the 3D universes was too terrifying. It far exceeded Jiang Li's expectations. If he wanted to carry out his plan, it would be greatly discounted. He was prepared for both kinds of preparations. With this in mind, he stepped outside the mansion of Prince Feng. This mansion was still a palace. However, there were a few people standing outside the palace. There were both men and women. Among them, the men were generals like Jiang Li, while the women were grandmasters of formations. They were extremely powerful, and each of them had the power of the strongest experts in samsara. General Li, a wise man, submits to circumstances. You actually accepted Prince Feng's gift. It seems like you're here to pledge allegiance to him. I was ordered to welcome you here. The general stood up with a sharp gaze and a hint of hostility. General Meng, I only accepted Prince Feng's gift and came to attend the banquet. There's no such thing as pledging allegiance. Don't spread the word, or I'll be doomed eternally, Jiang Li said. General Meng coldly said, if you don't pledge allegiance to Prince Feng, then you'll be doomed eternally. All right, General Meng, now is not the time to bicker, a woman said. A woman said. This woman's status was clearly much higher than General Meng's. She wore a loose robe and held a staff in her hand. The gem on the staff flickered and shone brightly. Her name was Master Rong. Jiang Li knew about this from General Li's memory. Her magical energy was very strong, and she could channel all kinds of supreme principles. At the very least, she was equivalent to a few of the strongest. She could be said to be a weirdo born from the chaos. Sure enough, the moment the female Master Rong spoke, General Meng stopped talking. His status was obviously lowered. So it's a guest. Let's go, General Li. Mage Rong turned around and walked into the depths of the mansion. Jiang Li knew the rules and followed behind her. They were not welcoming guests, but seemed to be escorting prisoners. Jiang Li shuddered. He knew that things were bad, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He followed the group into the depths of the mansion and saw Prince Feng sitting on the throne. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he could see through everything. Could it be that the third dimension universe has seen through me? Impossible. Jiang Li's infinite will was almost invulnerable. Originally, the third dimension universe's will was very strong, but there was a limit to how strong it could be. His current strength was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. He also had the support of the infinite Long River and the infinite Golden Dan, gradually digesting the energy of the Hui. He was full of confidence. No matter how strong the third dimension universe's will was, it shouldn't be able to see through him. It shouldn't be able to recognize that this General Li was Jiang Li. General Li, the high and mighty Prince Feng, spoke. Are you satisfied with the gifts I've given you? I don't deserve anything. The Awakening Heaven Pill and the Yin-Yang Jade Disc your Highness has given me are too precious. I'm afraid I can't accept them, so I brought them back for your Highness. I'll accept the rest of the gifts. Jiang Li took out the Good Fortune Jade Disc and the Awakening Heaven Pill. He spoke very carefully, not mentioning the name of the Good Fortune Jade Disc. The Awakening Heaven Pill is one thing, but the two Jade Discs aren't called the Yin-Yang Jade Disc. They're called the Good Fortune Jade Disc. They've been refined in the material world outside of the primal chaos. They have an immortal nature and are much stronger than treasures of the same level. The material world is a great furnace. Only things that have been refined there and become immortal after going through thousands of reincarnations are truly immortal, Prince Feng said. Your Highness, what do you want me to do? Jiang Li knew that this Prince Feng came from the material world and understood many things. In this land that didn't belong to reincarnation, there were many powerful beings that were even stronger than the strongest of reincarnation. However, They were not as strong as the strongest of reincarnation. The material world was indeed a chaotic furnace. Reincarnation after reincarnation was a process of refinement. Only things that didn't perish after reincarnation were truly immortal. For example, right now, the Secret Prince was very powerful and had several reincarnations. However, if he went to the material world to experience reincarnation, he would probably vanish into thin air. Not even a mark would be left behind. For example, the Secret Prince was 3 kilograms of iron, while the strongest of reincarnation was 1 kilogram of gold. Although the Secret Prince was stronger than the strongest of reincarnation, there were many subtle differences between them. What has the Secret Prince been doing recently? Is he planning something big? Prince Feng asked bluntly. If I tell you, would I be going back on my word? Zhongli naturally wouldn't fall for it. If you tell me, you'll be going back on your word and betraying your master. However, if you don't tell me, you'll die right now. Prince Feng tapped his finger lightly on the armrest of the throne. The imperial court has its own rules. Even your highness can't kill my general for no reason. Zhongli looked around and pretended to be strong on the outside. That's right, there are rules. The people in the imperial court naturally have their own rules. They can't be killed at will, but it doesn't matter to outsiders. Prince Feng didn't seem to care. However, you probably don't know how much power I have now. I can completely control your life and death, and even directly refine you without any problems. Impossible. Zhongli feigned shock. Take a look for yourself. A token appeared in Prince Feng's hand. Countless rivers appeared on the token, converging to form a bottomless abyss. It absorbed all the rivers, but it still wasn't enough. No one knew what was lurking in the abyss, but it was impossible to measure. Token of the abyss? Zhongli hurriedly knelt down. From General Li's memories, he knew that this token represented the emperor. With this token, he could take anyone's life and kill them. Perhaps Prince Feng couldn't kill the other princes with this token, but he could kill all the generals below the rank of prince. The emperor gave me this token to investigate the whereabouts of the Lord of Infinity in the material world, Prince Feng said. How did you do? Are you still going to tell me? Yes, I'll tell you. Zhang Li's words were laced with killing intent. The secret prince sensed the secrets of the limitless river while cultivating. So he's going to use his most powerful method to perform a sacrifice and seize control of the river. I don't know how he's going to do it, but it's all part of the secret prince's plan. What? He's going to sacrifice the limitless river to the core of the primal chaos? Outrageous. Prince Feng hurriedly rose to his feet, his expression changing. Damn it, he's gone mad. Once the limitless river is drawn here, all living beings will be able to sense the limitless river. When that happens, the limitless river will expand thousands of times, and Zhang Li's power will be limitless. He'll be able to challenge the primal chaos, and no one will be able to contend against him. He's opening a Pandora's box, and there's no way to deal with it. The most important thing right now is to kill the Lord of Infinity and take control of the limitless river. Then we can draw it into the core of the primal chaos. If we don't kill Zhang Li, we can forget about everything. Prince Feng was furious. Zhang Li knew that this person hadn't noticed him yet. He didn't say anything and waited for an opportunity to let Prince Feng and the secret prince fight and kill each other. Then he could reap the benefits and devour these two existences. This was especially true for Prince Feng. He himself was the will of the three-dimensional universe, and he knew very well how terrifying the limitless Great Tao was. He would stop the secret prince from doing something like this. While the two of them were fighting, Zhang Li would suddenly make a move. General Li, are you willing to follow me to do something big? Prince Feng asked. Yes, I am. Zhang Li hurriedly agreed. Including killing the secret prince? Prince Feng asked again. Yes, Zhang Li said. You have the Abyss Medallion, so I can only follow your orders? Very well. Gather the troops and wait for my orders, Prince Feng said. Yes. Zhang Li was about to leave. But at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside. Your Highness, the envoys of the Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire are here to see you. What? Prince Feng was once again shocked. The Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire? Yuanshir's empire? They've actually appeared again. Yuanshir's empire? Jiang Li's heart trembled. He hurriedly searched General Li's memories, and a lot of information immediately appeared. In the core of the primal chaos, there were countless empires. Among them, the Great Yuan Empire was one of the super empires. However, there were also two empires that had risen briefly. They were the Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire. These two empires were extremely powerful and had destroyed countless countries. They had even surpassed the Great Yuan Empire for a time. But suddenly, they disappeared like shooting stars streaking across the sky. Everyone thought that something had happened to these two empires and that they had completely fallen. But now, they had appeared again. No one knew what the Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire represented. But Prince Feng knew that they were empires that Yuanshir had established after entering the core of the primal chaos. The appearance of the envoys of these two empires meant that Yuanshir was about to appear. Jiang Li's greatest enemy was the primordial heavenly king. The greatest enemy of the three-dimensional universe's heavens was also the primordial heavenly king. This person was a legend. In his final reincarnation, he had taken advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. "Let them in," Prince Feng said. Whoosh! Two figures appeared, a man and a woman. He did not recognize the man, but he could see Yuanshir's shadow in his eyes. The woman was actually Jiang Xinyue. Chapter 960. It turned out to be Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Li hadn't seen this woman for a long time. In terms of fate, this woman had the deepest relationship with him because she was the first woman he had an intimate relationship with. Ever since the human race had split, Jiang Nailin had taken away all the members of the Jiang family, and no one knew where they had been placed. Later, Jiang Nailin had achieved theurgy, and all the members of the Jiang family were no longer in the heavens. Jiang Li searched for a long time, but he couldn't find them at all. In the end, because there were too many things to do, he left the matter unsettled. Jiang Nailin had obtained the help of an ancient almighty, and was now almost omniscient and omnipotent. Could it be related to Yuanshir? However, from the information obtained from Jiang Nailin, the almighty behind her was definitely not Yuanshir. As for who it was difficult to say. Jiang Li's intuition could not be wrong. Ever since he had cultivated the infinite great path, intuition was number one. What he thought was the truth, or rather, the truth was what he thought. But now, Jiang Xinyue had become an emissary of the empire of the Great Yuan and the Dashi empires. What was going on? Jiang Li was completely bewildered. What were the other members of the Jiang family doing? Emissaries. Prince Feng said, "The reappearance of the empire of the Great Yuan and the Dashi empires is worthy of celebration. But why have you come?" "We have come in the hope of cooperating with the Great Yuan Empire to capture the Lord of Infinity." The man said, "I am the emissary of the empire of the Great Yuan, Yuanshir Xinming, and this is the emissary of the Dashi Empire, Yuanshir Xinyue." Yuanshir had become a surname, a compound surname like Huangfu, Ouyang, Xianyuan, and Gongsun. Jiang Xinyue's name had actually been changed to Yuanshir Xinyue. It didn't matter. In a sense, the humans of Earth were indeed Yuanshir's bloodline, and changing their names to Yuanshir was about the same. Yuanshir Xinyue and Jiang Xinyue both meant the same thing. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was calculating the changes within. Yuanshir Xinming, Yuanshir Xinyue. The two of them seemed to have a special relationship. "You guys also know about the Lord of Infinity?" Prince Feng asked in surprise. A wise man doesn't speak in code. We all know that His Highness is also inextricably linked to the material plane. Jiang Xinyue said, "I'm also from the material plane, and I know how terrifying the Lord of Infinity is. Most of the living beings in the material plane have begun to study the grand Tao of infinity. Given enough time, all of the living beings in the material plane will gather together and follow Jiang Li. If this spreads to the depths of the primordial chaos, the main world will be affected. In the depths of the core of chaos, where the master of samsara was not present, was called the main world. The material world outside was actually just a testing ground. Originally, Zhongli thought that the 3D universe was the main world. From the looks of it now, he was ridiculously wrong. However, as one's cultivation level increased, one's worldview would constantly change. This was a matter of course. Do you guys have any way to find Zhongli? That kid was extremely cunning when he was in the material plane. Now that his strength has increased thousands of times, it will be very difficult to kill him. The most dangerous thing about him is that no matter what tribulations are placed on him, he can comprehend more nomological laws of the grand Tao of infinity under pressure. In this way, we can't kill him at all. I've observed the grand Tao of infinity outside. His cultivation level is extremely high now, and he has already comprehended 103 nomological laws of the grand Tao of infinity. If he continues to comprehend 104 nomological laws, or even 105 nomological laws, how can we be his match? The terrifying thing about the grand Tao of infinity is that it has no limits. As long as there's pressure, he can advance infinitely and finally surpass the primordial chaos. Prince Feng said, "Surpass the primordial chaos." Yuanshi Shiming smiled coldly. "Prince Feng, you really think highly of Zhongli. What is the primordial chaos? It's an existence that encompasses everything. No one can surpass it, can he? What do you really think he is? It's not that he can surpass it, it's that the grand Tao of infinity surpasses it. The grand Tao of infinity is the grand Tao of infinity. Zhongli is Zhongli. Why don't you guys understand that the grand Tao of infinity is the only existence that can surpass the primordial chaos? Right now, the grand Tao of infinity belongs to Zhongli, but in the future, it might belong to me or someone else. The grand Tao of infinity will come to my house this year. The grand Tao of infinity is a symbol. It doesn't represent someone. Do you understand?" Prince Feng glanced at Yuanshi Shiming. "If my guess is correct, then you should be Yuanshi's direct descendant. In other words, you're his biological son. Let's not waste words. This time, we'll work together to find the Lord of Infinity, Zhongli, and completely kill him. How about that? Apart from that, we also have to deal with the son of primordial chaos, who is about to appear. In addition, there's also an ancient enemy called Devour. His cultivation is also extremely profound, and he has mastered the King of Kings formation. His cultivation is not below Yuan's. Of course, among the experts of the origin world, Yuan is one of the few invincible experts. However, the strongest expert is the existence called Tao. It will be very difficult for the primordial chaos to kill him." Jiang Xinyue seemed to know many things that she should not know. She was very confident. "You even know about Tao?" Prince Feng was shocked. The 10 great experts of the origin world, 1, 2, Devour, 3, 4, 5 realms, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 seals. These 10 great existences are the most peerless, invincible, tyrannical, terrifying, and ruthless existences. Jiang Xinyue spoke frankly with assurance. Yuan is ranked 3rd. However, this year, he has been cultivating all kinds of peerless divine abilities and comprehending their mysteries. He has finally mastered them and combined the King of Kings formation and many seals into one. He can be compared to Devour. Thus, his next goal is to subdue Devour, fuse him into himself, and offer him as a sacrifice. We can work together on this. As for Tao, he is currently at the most critical moment. If we want to refine him, we can only borrow the power of the Lord of Infinity. Now that we are working together, it will be very difficult to capture the Lord of Infinity. However, we can borrow the power of Tao to completely erase his cultivation base, causing him to perish together with Tao. You can communicate with Tao? Prince Feng was a little doubtful. He felt that Yuanshi Shiming was nothing. Today's main character was Jiang Xinyue. That's right. The core of the primordial chaos was the most mysterious and profound place with the highest cultivation base. No matter how strong Yuan was, he would not be a match for him. It could be said that the number 1 expert, Tao, was stronger than the other 9 experts combined. He was unstoppable. Of course, I have a senior who is under the control of the Tao. Even though he's benefited quite a bit, he's still struggling in the dark. His cultivation base is also exceedingly high. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with the limitless Lord Jiangli. If that's the case, we'll be able to capture the limitless Lord Jiangli. We'll set up a lot of traps, and we'll definitely be able to capture him. No matter what, they are husband and wife. There is no need to be so vicious, thought Jiangli. However, he already knew many things deep in his heart. After hearing this conversation, many mysteries that could not be solved suddenly became clear. It turned out that the invincible existence behind Jiang Nailan was Tao, the #1 expert, an existence that far surpassed Yuan. That supreme existence's name was Tao. Jiang Nailan was controlled by this person, so there was nothing she didn't know. But he was not willing to give up. He wanted to retaliate. He was used to the backlash. Jiangli knew that Jiang Nailan was a wolf cub that couldn't be tamed. He could bite back at anyone. He could kill anyone. Even if it was someone who had shown him great kindness and kindness, he could still abandon everything. He was sinister, cunning, and evil. He had fallen deeply into the path of the devil. He could be said to be a devil among devils. Since he had so much information, Jiangli would be able to come up with a lot of useful ideas. He would be able to come up with countermeasures to deal with this group of people one by one. He would make their plans go to waste, and at the same time, he would capture all of them. What plans do you have? Prince Feng said. Tell me one by one what you want me to do. Not only that, but I also want to know what your plans are. It's very simple, said Jiang Xinyue. First, find Jiang Li and surround him. That senior of mine will appear and suppress him. When the time comes, we will prepare countless sacrifices and use them to seize the Infinity River. How ruthless! Jiang Li was once again afraid. He was still a bit afraid of the #1 expert, Tao. He knew that he was no match for him, so he could not fall into that kind of dangerous situation. Fortunately, these people were restraining each other and could not join forces for the time being. Otherwise, even if he killed his way out and took control of the Infinity River, he would not be able to do anything. He would die a terrible death. But there were no ifs. He was still as calm as Mount Tai. Because of this, Jiang Li's fighting spirit was roused. He was determined to fight these people. Under the great pressure, his mind became clearer and clearer. He comprehended more realms of the infinity great Tao, and his cultivation base was vibrating and exploding. He was about to master the 104th law at any time. Even the structure of his 105 laws was brewing in the depths of his mind, ready to erupt at any time. Sure enough, the greater the pressure, the stronger he became, and the more he could comprehend. Endless ideas burst out from the depths of his mind, and finally, he would surpass the primal chaos and break the cycle of reincarnation. At that time, no one would be able to restrict him. Where's the Lord of Infinity, Jiangli? Prince Feng asked the key question. If I could find him, I wouldn't work with you. Wouldn't it be better to take him for myself? We will also be responsible for finding the Lord of Infinity. Take him for yourself? You can't take him for yourself. You can only use the power of Tao to make them both suffer. You know Jiang Li's potential better than we do. Jiang Xinyue said, I came here this time to use your sacrifice to track Jiang Li. My fate with Jiang Li is very deep. If I use the infinity sacrifice, I will be able to find traces of him and find his location. Chapter 961. There were all kinds of plots and schemes against Jiang Li, but he knew all of them. Jiang Xinyue was indeed fated to be with him. If she used some secret and unknown methods, she could really find his body. He had to be on guard against this. However, he was also prepared. How could he fall into a trap so easily? If he didn't know about it, he might really fall into a trap and be schemed against. But now he was the person involved. Naturally, he could think of thousands of ways to resolve it and make the other party's scheme fail. All right, since you can find the Lord of Infinity, Jiang Li, I believe you and will help you with all my strength, Prince Feng said. But after we capture the Lord of Infinity, how do we split the benefits? I have to make this clear. Otherwise, when you get a lot of benefits, I'll get nothing. I might even be killed by you. Wouldn't that be a big loss? What benefits do you want? Jiang Xinyue asked. I want half of the control, the limitless river. Prince Feng had grasped the key. The most valuable thing was the limitless river. As the river expanded, all living beings would be drawn into it. When that happened, the limitless river would truly surpass the primal chaos and break the cycle of reincarnation. Even the emissaries of destruction born from the primal chaos would be affected by the limitless great Tao and turn to cultivate it. The primal chaos would slowly transform and become a part of the limitless river. When that happened, it would be a whole new world. You have a big appetite. Jiang Xinyue sneered. Because other than the limitless river, there's nothing else that can make me exist forever. Prince Feng also sneered. Only the limitless river is a valuable existence. Everything else is fleeting. Then what about the mark of the strongest expert and the King of Kings formation? Jiang Xinyue asked. Although these things are very powerful, compared to the limitless river, they're still not worth mentioning. Prince Feng said, I can give these things to you. I must control half of the limitless river. In the future, I will obtain true immortality. You don't want anything? All right then. Jiang Xinyue seemed to be waiting for Prince Feng to say this. Then let's come to an agreement. You'll get half of the control. Let's start planning now. All right. Prince Feng did not want the other party to make a promise, and neither side made a vow. That was because they both knew that a vow was useless. Now that the primal chaos oath was no longer valid, everything was in chaos. This was a verbal agreement. Both sides knew that they could go back on their word at any time, and it would have no effect. However, it was fated that it would become karma in the future. Prince Feng understood this very well, so he wanted this agreement. Even if the other party went back on their word, he still had a backup plan. Moreover, he knew that the other party would definitely go back on his words. Everyone wanted to possess the limitless river. However, now that they were working together, he only needed the karma of this verbal promise. This was because he needed to rely on the other party's divine ability to find a location of Jiangli. We'll start the sacrifice now. Jiang Xinyue said, Your Highness Prince Feng, I hope you'll give me your full support. Take out your savings and offer me the lives of the great Abyss Empire's inhabitants. I'll control the karmic binding. That way, we can capture Jiangli and even summon him into a killing formation in the blink of an eye. What do you think? Of course, I control 36 cities, and I've captured countless prisoners. There are even emissaries of destruction among them. They can all be used as sacrifices. I can mobilize all of my power now. Prince Feng had the Abyss Medallion, so he had access to a lot of resources. Compared to the Secret Prince, he was thousands of times better. Therefore, he could almost start the sacrifice in the blink of an eye. Go, General Li. Mobilize the troops immediately and cooperate with me to hold the sacrifice. Don't follow the Secret Prince anymore. If he comes after you, I'll kill him and show him who's boss, Prince Feng said forcefully. Understood. Jiang Li hurriedly left. He left the residence and returned to his own general's residence. He was just about to mobilize the troops. Rumble. The majestic figure of the Secret Prince appeared in front of him, cold and frightening. Killing intent swirled around him, and he seemed ready to strike at any moment to kill him on the spot. General Li, I told you to mobilize the troops immediately, but you actually went to Prince Feng's residence to attend the feast. Are you blatantly betraying me? The Secret Prince said. Your Highness, please calm down. I had no choice. I didn't betray you. Instead, I obtained a lot of Prince Feng's secrets. Prince Feng has the Abyss Medallion, and he's working with the people of the Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire. Jiang Li hurriedly explained what had just happened. At the same time, he took out the Good Fortune Jade Disc and the Heaven Awakening Pill and offered them to the Secret Prince. These are gifts from Prince Feng. I didn't use them, so I'm offering them to your Highness. What? The Secret Prince didn't take the Good Fortune Jade Disc and the Heaven Awakening Pill. Instead, he was shocked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How did he get the Abyss Medallion? Also, the people of the Great Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire have appeared, and Tao has also appeared. How did things become so complicated? I'm going to ruin their scheme, General Li. Your Highness, your Highness. Jiang Li roared. You're still a spy. Cooperate with Prince Feng and be my pawn. I'll contact the other princes and kill Prince Feng. How can he possibly do something big? I must obtain that Lord of Infinity, Jiangli. I'll refine him and make infinity mine. Prince Feng is ruthless. Once he gains power, none of us will be able to survive, the secret prince said. Yes, your highness. Jiangli smiled coldly. He knew that whether it was Prince Feng, the secret prince, or the other princes of the great Yuan dynasty, they were all vicious and merciless. Fighting among princes was like raising poisonous insects. They killed each other and plundered each other's luck and cultivation base. This was the case between princes, let alone between princes and their subordinates. If Jiangli had no value, they would kill him without hesitation. However, Jiangli was toying with them, making them kill each other and reap the benefits. Go and wait for my orders. The secret prince suddenly made a move, patting Jiangli's shoulder lightly. Crack! Jiangli felt that there was an additional rune in his body. This rune was very strange. It was like an eyeball, constantly monitoring all the movements and changes. As long as there was something that was disadvantageous to the secret prince, it would explode at any moment, sucking the person dry or exploding them to death. This is a secret talisman, the secret prince said. It's used to monitor Prince Feng's every move. I can control you at any time through the secret talisman and guide you on what to do. Do you understand? Yes. Zhongli sneered. He had already used the infinite great Tao to devour the secret talisman eyeball, and then created a new eyeball, the infinite God Eye. This eyeball used karma to circulate and observe the secret prince's body indirectly. The secret prince thought that he had observed Jiang Li's body, but in reality, he had no idea. Instead, he was being used by Jiang Li to observe what he was doing. If necessary, he could use his power to suck him dry, and even subtly turn him into the disseminator of the infinite great Tao. Rumble. The secret prince left this place. Jiang Li brushed the dust off of his robes. This kid's calculations are quite profound. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that I, the Lord of the Limitless, would be able to subtly influence his thoughts. First, I spread my limitless will into his thoughts, causing him to grow stronger and stronger. In the end, his body melted into the limitless river. In the depths of space and time, the secret prince sneered, Prince Feng, you're scheming against me, and I'm also scheming against you. I'll tell everyone what you're planning to do and make all the princes your enemy. So what if you have the Abyss Order? Then he sank into deep thought. Infinite, what is infinite? If I can't leave now, I really want to go to the land of reincarnation to see what exactly the infinite river is. Just as he was deep in thought, rumble, the depths of his mind shook, and there seemed to be countless profound, intense, surging down. In the depths of his meditation, he seemed to see a long river piercing through the primal chaos. That was the infinite river. Ordinary people couldn't sense the infinite river, but Jiangli could. This was because he was the creator of the infinite river, and even the primal chaos couldn't obstruct his cultivation. Even though the secret prince cultivated the infinite great Tao, he couldn't sense the infinite river. But now he could sense it. This was all because Jiangli had imparted his body's comprehension to him, allowing him to peek into the true secrets of the infinite river. From then on, he started to cultivate and completely abandoned everything else. The infinite great Tao was actually a curse. Anyone who cultivated it would unknowingly get lost in it, and they would feel that everything else was meaningless. However, this was indeed the case. As the infinite great Tao became more and more profound, everything else became fake and unreal. Why can I sense this thing? What is this? The secret prince was shocked. It was like he had entered a boundless treasure trove. He saw the infinite river, and within it, there were surging wisdom and countless secrets. At every moment, a large number of people would gather, pouring their minds and thoughts into the infinite river. He saw a completely different concept of cultivation from his, and an unprecedented view of the world. At this moment, his cultivation underwent a profound change, and he advanced by leaps and bounds. This is the infinite river. It's so powerful. No wonder everyone wants it. The secret prince was swimming in the depths of the infinite river, unable to extricate himself. However, what he didn't know was that Jiang Li's shadow was faintly discernible behind him, completely controlling him. The infinite river had infinite possibilities. In other words, Jiang Li could make him live or die, and he could even control his thoughts at any time, making him do whatever he wanted. Infinite divine fist. In an instant, the secret prince executed the various moves of the infinite divine fist, and he integrated his thoughts into them. His cultivation had at least doubled. At this moment, the secret prince's wisdom had also integrated into the infinite river, and the infinite river began to churn. Sensing the infinite river, the power of the infinite golden core started to dissolve. This was equivalent to the secret prince helping Jiang Li cultivate the infinite golden core. Chapter 962. Another mighty being has begun to learn the infinite great path. This mighty being's wisdom is not to be underestimated. His spiritual energy traversed the three realms, stirring up monstrous waves in the depths of the infinite river, making the river even more powerful. Dream Kite watched the changes, her body bathed in the light of the infinite golden elixir. The infinite golden elixir shone brightly, the sharpness of the energy almost piercing through the chaos. This was the infinite golden elixir, the true meaning of infinity, infinite will. All of Chi's energy was melted within, and the enormous primordial killing matrix was also permeated within. The power of one golden elixir completely surpassed that of Chi in the past. One had to know that Chi's cultivation was extremely strong back then. Although he did not enter the top 10, he was still famous for his prowess. No one knew how many masters he had killed, and after his death, he still set up a great matrix and continued to kill, merging the essence, blood, and vitality of countless masters. If it were not for Jiang Li comprehending the formless path, he would probably have been killed by him. Chi was actually not much different from the last few of the top 10 masters. With the matrix diagram, he was even more powerful. However, he was directly killed by the chaos, and the dead masters were not counted in the rankings. Therefore, now all of his energy was injected into the depths of the infinite golden elixir, gradually melting it. How powerful was the infinite golden elixir? I can already feel it. There are ancient mighty beings spying on our red dust realm. Luo Feng said, "We must solve this problem and kill the ancient mighty. Only then will we have a chance to become the strongest in one fell swoop." We have measured the cultivation of the two ancient mighty beings, and their combined power is equivalent to the 40 strongest. Even Jiang Li is not a match for them. They're the greatest threat to the red dust realm. That's right. That's right. Logically speaking, we are no match for an opponent that even Jiang Li can't defeat. However, it is precisely because of this that we have to complete the impossible mission. Only then can we temper ourselves. Moreover, we have abundant resources now. The power of the boundless golden core is within our control. The power of the boundless golden core is equivalent to that almighty ancient expert. The boundless river is even more mighty. As time passes, the power of the red dust realm will only grow stronger and stronger. Up until now, we have already fused 4 to 5 worlds that are as big as the immortal world. We have more or less understood Jiang Li's will. Our current mission is to gather our strength and speed up the spread of the boundless Grand Tao. We will bombard the barrier of the primal chaos and spread the influence of the boundless river to the core of the primal chaos. That is indeed our main task now. The red dust realm is getting bigger and bigger, and our power is also getting stronger. As long as we continue, breaking through the seal of chaos won't be an issue. However, the power of the Hui has yet to be absorbed. We need to use a more aggressive method, and that is to capture that ancient mighty being Hong Heiyu said. Look, the power of the infinite golden elixir is getting stronger. It seems to be reflecting some shadows, making it impossible for those big shots to hide. Luo Feng pointed. As expected, the shadows of the infinite golden elixir could be seen. They were the shadows of 2 people. The 2 of them were controlling the river of fate. They were faintly discernible, but as soon as they sensed something, they disappeared. As expected, it's those 2. Dream Kite, Luo Feng, and Hong Heiyu exchanged glances. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Originally, after the infinite golden elixir and the infinite river had merged with the river of fate, their strength would have increased by leaps and bounds. But now it had been destroyed. It was the work of those two. Therefore, there was no way they would allow those two to survive. The power of the infinite golden elixir is greatly increased. Its light can destroy all tangible and intangible existences. Luo Feng said, just now, in that instant, their information has reached the infinite river. Let's take a look. Good, this is the feeling of the aura. Under the sky, there is nowhere to hide. In the great thousand worlds, there is nowhere to hide. The three of them shot out divine light, and in the depths of the infinite river, faces and information appeared. Nirvana, a chaos freak, formed from the aura of sin. It is similar to the son of chaos, but its strength is far inferior. Destruction, an expert from the core of the chaos. It is extremely strong. Although not as strong as Ho, it is almost at the same level. The aura from the infinite river was enough to make the red dust realm wary. As expected, it is those two experts. We must capture and kill them. The three leaders' eyes were sharp, and they began to make arrangements. Their cultivation base was also increasing day and night. Every time they devoured a great universe, their strength would almost double. Now, they were almost as strong as the strongest in the samsara realm. Moreover, the strength of those below them had increased greatly. Hua Lu Dao and the others were also close to the same level. But at this moment, a passage opened in time and space. In the depths of that passage, two jade plates surged out. Luo Feng seemed to feel a familiar aura. He grabbed at the two jade plates, and with a quick look, he knew the various patterns carved on them. Good Fortune Jade Plate. It is actually the Good Fortune Jade Plate. She was overjoyed, and after many years of nurturing, it contains the aura of the immortal tower in the brain of the universe. All the power of the two holy lands, even the fate of humans and gods, has been integrated into it. Even the river of wisdom of the brain of the universe and the new universe of the immortal tower are surging and shattering. The power of the Good Fortune Jade Plate is many times greater than before. The combination of yin and yang, invincible. Let's integrate the infinite golden core together. This thing represents the aura of creation. The treasure itself is secondary. Once integrated, the infinite golden core will be more complete. Dream Kite could see it clearly. Rise. Luo Feng threw the Good Fortune Jade Plate up, and a raging flame shot out from the depths of the infinite golden core, burning fiercely. The flames circulated and melted the Good Fortune Jade Plate. Then, the Good Fortune Jade Plate turned into yin and yang, one black and one white. They soared into the sky and reached the depths of the heaven and earth. They turned into a whirlpool and made buzzing sounds in the depths of the infinite golden core. Crack, crack. Many cracks appeared on the surface of the infinite golden core. However, these cracks did not mean that the infinite golden core was about to split open by itself. Instead, the patterns that appeared on the surface each had a supreme aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The radiance of the infinite golden core became more and more intense. The infinite long river also roared and shook like a mad dragon. It seemed like it could swallow all rivers. At this moment, in the depths of the void, there was still a long river. It had not been completely swallowed by the infinite long river. Among them, the most obvious long river was the Million Treasure River. That's right, it was this long river that Crown Prince Great Dream and Jiang Nalin had created together. As Yuanshir's treasure trove was opened, the treasures in the core of the chaos kept spurting out. Affected by the treasure aura, the Million Treasure River became more and more powerful. It actually started to fight against the infinite long river. But now, after swallowing the Good Fortune Jade Plate, the infinite long river seemed to have changed and started to suppress the Million Treasure River. Good. Let's swallow the Million Treasure River and activate the strongest power of the mortal realm, the source of prayers. Suddenly, Dreamkite and the others gave the order. The entire mortal realm was completely mobilized. Countless living beings started to pray, and their power increased greatly. The infinite long river swept and actually entered the depths of the Million Treasure River. The Million Treasure River let out waves of mournful wails. Essence chi kept flowing away. It seemed like all of the essence chi had turned into nothingness. Even the essence of the treasure aura that had been absorbed was about to be integrated into the infinite long river. The infinite long river could contain everything. After Jiang Li's cultivation conversion, all the nomological laws were turned into nothingness. In other words, they all started with the word nothing. Among them, there was a nomological law known as nothingness. The nomological law of nothingness just happened to be the bane of the Million Treasure River. The Million Treasure River was on the verge of collapsing. After its essence chi was weakened, it was about to fall into the hands of the infinite long river. But all of a sudden, an intense light poured in from somewhere. Rumble. The light was vast and mighty, like a true great Tao, flying in from beyond the heavens. After entering the Million Treasure River, the river actually stabilized, and its power grew stronger and stronger, as though it was about to wrap around the infinite long river. What is that thing? Dreamkite and the others were all shocked. This was something they had never expected. The light was intense, majestic, and completely unstoppable. It seemed to be able to pierce through the primordial chaos and contain the pure aura of the Tao. This was the true Tao, the Tao closest to the Tao. It was a Tao within a Tao. Careful, this is the almighty being behind Jiang Nailan, one of the top 10 experts in the depths of the primordial chaos. He's called Tao, and he's mysterious and unfathomable. Right now, he's controlling Jiang Nailan, and it seems he's about to carry out a series of conspiracies. It was Jiang Li. Jiang Li could clearly sense the slightest changes in the infinite long river, the red dust realm, and the infinite long river. Naturally, he knew what was going on. The power that stabilized the Million Treasure River and even caused a backlash was the power of the legendary #1 expert, Tao. However, even if Tao injected his cultivation base into the Million Treasure River, it was impossible for the Million Treasure River to devour the infinite long river. Because the infinite was the infinite, it could not be devoured by any river. Just like the mark of the strongest expert, not even the primordial chaos could refine it. That was the difference in essence. It seems like there's a fierce battle in the depths of the primordial chaos. The three exchanged glances and had an idea. Meanwhile, in the great Yuan Empire, Jiang Li had secretly taken control of the secret prince, causing him to sink deeper and deeper into the cultivation of the infinite great Tao. Not only that, in order to increase his own strength, it was highly likely that the prince would force those around him to cultivate as well. He was going to hold a large-scale ritual. Everything was under Jiang Li's control. However, he was aware of the commotion in the infinite long river outside. He was secretly on guard. Even Tao had made a move, and he had no idea where this person was. Enemies that hid in the dark were the most terrifying. Moreover, it was the #1 expert. Of course, Jiang Li was also confident that even the #1 expert, Tao, did not know where he was. The most important thing now is to lure the tiger to devour the wolf. Let those people sacrifice the infinite long river, and I'll devour the two almighties, nirvana and destruction, and seize the river of destiny and Permitha. Then I'll devour the entire great Yuan Empire. Jiang Li began to plan. Chapter 963. Tao interfered with the infinite river's devouring of the myriad treasures river, causing Jiang Li's various plans to fall through. However, he didn't think he was at a disadvantage. He had many plans to make Yuan and Tao fight each other, all of which he could use. Troops. He used his position as General Li to mobilize his troops. The great Yuan Empire's troops were very powerful. They were raised in different spaces and cultivated ceaselessly, surging with energy. General, our universe's troops are all gathered. General, our universe's troops are all gathered. General, the troops are all ready. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Jiangli gave the order, countless soldiers and horses gathered in at least 8 barracks that were as large as the immortal world, forming a large array. Each garrison was a great formation. The Great Formation was similar to the Void River, but it wasn't a true river. Instead, it had the same power as a river. In fact, the Great Yuan Empire's line of thought was that all rivers converged into the abyss. The 10,000 rivers all returned to the abyss. In other words, the Tao of the abyss had to restrain all rivers. They trained soldiers, which meant that each cosmos gathered a certain number of soldiers. When the soldiers gathered, they would form an existence similar to the Void River. Although these rivers weren't as powerful as the Infinite River, they were comparable to the noble river of yesteryear. With 8 rivers under the control of the general, their power was still considerable. Come, follow me. Jiangli used General Li's authority to gather all the experts in the 8 garrisons, then flew up and condensed into 8 commander's seals in the depths of space-time. The commander's seal had the mark of the abyss on it. This was the power of the Great Yuan dynasty's imperial court. The commander's seal belonged to the dynasty. If the general disobeyed, the court could deprive him of his right to command troops. However, as soon as Jiangli grasped the commander's seal with both hands, strands of infinite power silently seeped into it. Among the infinite nomological laws, soundless and breathless were also a nomological law. Jiangli had modified the first 100 nomological laws of the infinite Tao into the strongest nomological laws that started with the word void. The combination of void and void represented the process of creating something from nothing. For example, heartless meant that a heart had once existed. Otherwise, how could there be void? True void meant that there was no concept of a heart, and the word void wouldn't even appear. The moment it appeared, it vanished, leaving behind only an ancient memory. This was the true meaning of infinite. It was hard to say whether it was void or void. He seeped the boundless will into the commander's seal, waiting for a sudden explosion. These people would all obtain the boundless great Tao, and then they would pray, gathering a huge amount of power and might, condensing a small, boundless river here, and then it would start to spread. Since the primordial chaos couldn't transmit the true meaning of infinite from the outside, then he'd create a new one. Since the primordial chaos couldn't allow the true meaning of infinite from the outside, he could use. It had to be said that the identity of General Li that he had chosen was just right. If he had been among the people of the Great Yuan dynasty, it would have been very difficult for him to develop. Now, he had spread his identity among the army and corrupted the army. This was the best way to destroy a dynasty. Back when Jiangli created the infinite Great Tao, the human realm was still very weak and incomparable to the immortal realm. But now, his cultivation was almost unparalleled, and his army was equivalent to 8 immortal realms. With such an advantage, it would be much easier to create a new one. But he knew that this was the core of the primordial chaos. Creating a new infinite Tao would be a disaster. But it didn't matter. It would help him cultivate the 104 nomological laws. There would never be peace. Swish! He arrived at Prince Feng's residence again. Prince Feng looked at the 8 commander seals in his hand and nodded. Did the secret prince see you just now? Go ahead and punish me. It's because you're on my side. How'd you get rid of him with your glib tongue? Your Highness, I could only talk bad about you in front of him. But he didn't believe the secret talisman he planted in my body, Jiangli said. Very good. That secret talisman is an eyeball that can observe everything at any time. But it's nothing to me. How about this? I'll plant my foam seal in your body again. It'll be enough to restrain his secret talisman. As he spoke, many patterns appeared on Prince Feng's hand, condensing into a palm that slammed into Jiang Li's head. It seeped into his body and began to condense. Jiang Li immediately felt like he was being controlled, but his infinite Tao immediately activated in secret, evolving all kinds of illusory paths and controlling the other's restrictions. But he didn't dare to retaliate, because Prince Feng was the embodiment of the will of the three-dimensional universe. Plus, Jiang Xinyue was here. He was afraid that Prince Feng would notice something was off. Although he wasn't afraid of these two and could completely suppress them, he was afraid of alerting them. If Yuan and Dao were to come out, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He couldn't expose himself yet. He had to hide in the dark. Very good. You're already under my control, Prince Feng said. Let's go. Take your troops with you. We'll go fight the other empires and start offering sacrifices in their territory. Yes, sir. Zhongli knew that Prince Feng was very likely going to sacrifice himself. If he was really General Li, then it would be difficult for him to escape. But if he was Zhongli, then he could take advantage of this opportunity to capture Prince Feng and the others in one fell swoop. General Meng, Master Rong, General Hua, General Bing, General Saber, General Hu, General Hai, General Fu, General and General Xia, General Shi, General Tian. Prince Feng gave another order. Each of you lead your troops and follow me into battle. We'll set up the 10,000 rivers to the Abyss Formation. When the time comes, we'll capture the Lord of Infinity. Yes, sir. A total of 13 experts shouted at the same time. Zhongli was very tempted. He saw that the 13 experts all had commander's seals, which contained troops no less than his own. He had 8 commander's seals, each of which contained a considerable number of soldiers. And these 13 experts each had more than 10 commander's seals, which meant that they had more soldiers than he did. If he could capture all 13 experts and their soldiers, he would immediately be able to cultivate a supreme mystique and reform the boundless river here. Once it was reformed, all living beings in the empire would be able to feel the power of the river, and it would snowball and grow stronger. No one would be able to stop it. His strength would also increase by thousands of times. However, now was not the time to capture and subjugate these people. He had to wait and see how the situation would develop. Prince Feng was on the move, and the secret prince was not willing to give up. He would definitely join forces with the other princes. Now that the secret prince was under Jiang Li's control and his mind was secretly affected, he would definitely not be able to resist letting his troops come into contact with the boundless great Tao to increase his own strength and ambitions. At that time, Jiang Li's strength would also increase. Let's go. Prince Feng flew up. All the experts around him, including Jiang Li, flew up as well. On one side of the battlefield, countless soldiers were killing each other. Many generals were bombarding each other. The bloody slaughter was so intense that it was almost tangible as it gathered towards the Great Matrix. On the other side was the territory of the virtuous Paragon Empire. The soldiers there were fighting against the secret prince, but the secret prince's army was too powerful. The Great Yuan Empire was already a deterrent to many small countries, so if they wanted to forcefully send out their troops, they would be powerless. The army under the command of the secret prince began to fight. A grand formation appeared in front of him. Countless sacrificial offerings were being melted in the grand formation, gathering and brewing a great amount of energy. Buzz, the energy inside the grand formation was about to explode at any moment, but the secret prince was compressing the sacrificial energy to make it pure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, several people wearing imperial robes flew over. Ha! Secret Prince, what kind of divine art did you learn to secretly refine the grand formation here? These people were obviously princes, invincible characters of the great Yuan dynasty. All of them were arrogant and domineering with cruel and tyrannical methods. Their invincible auras spread far and wide. Astral Prince, Shi Prince, Jin Prince, and Wu Prince, the 4 of you are finally here. Do you know that Prince Feng is now in control and has received news of the Abyss Writ? The secret prince said, What? How could he have the Abyss Writ? The princes were shocked. It's true. My subordinates have been roped in by him, and I'm sure many of your subordinates have fallen into his hands as well. The secret prince said, However, I have a way to kill him. I need your help right now. Why should we help you? You're not a good person either. The astral prince laughed. We can work together, but there must be some benefits. Is taking the limitless Lord a benefit? The secret prince raised his head and suddenly attacked. Rumble. His body controlled the gods of the 9 heavens, and his fist art had reached an unimaginable level. He arrived before the astral prince in no time. His fist tore through the sky and arrived before the astral prince. The astral prince turned pale with fright and quickly retaliated with a fist of his own. The two fists collided. The astral prince's body shattered, and he was sent flying. He was not a match for the secret prince at all. He screamed and swallowed many medicinal pills to recover. How did your strength increase to such a terrifying level? The astral prince's face was filled with fear. This is the limitless great Tao that I cultivate. Now, we will work together to take the limitless river. You will all be as strong as me. At this moment, the secret prince was blinded by greed. He was completely controlled by the power of the limitless great Tao. He disregarded everything and wanted to use the limitless river as a sacrifice. This increase in power was something no existence could resist. Since that's the case, we will help you and share the limitless great Tao. The princes were jealous of the secret prince's sudden increase in power, so they all joined his side. Kill, sacrifice, rumble. The troops of the princes entered the battlefield as well. More and more sacrificial power was infused into the formation. Bang! The formation could no longer suppress the power, and it began to break through. Deep in the distance, Zhongli instantly sensed that the strength within his body was rising steadily. Within his body, that new endless river was about to condense into a physical form. Chapter 964. As expected, the secret prince had been tricked. He joined forces with the other princes, and in order to obtain more power, they began to sacrifice the boundless river. In this way, he had truly fallen into Jiang Li's trap. Jiang Li followed by Prince Fang's side. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with him. He was just an ordinary general, but his body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The power of the secret prince and the others' slaughter and sacrifice was gathered in his body, and they treated him like the boundless river. This kind of power was changing his very nature. What a powerful force! What a powerful tribulation! Jiang Li knew that this power was a tribulation. If he could not suppress it in his body, it would explode out. Not only would he be blown to pieces, but it would also alarm the others. Even their souls would not be able to survive. In this kind of situation, he could only silently resolve it. But what kind of person was he? Right now, it was the Lord of Infinity, the most powerful existence born from thousands of reincarnations, who had obtained the supreme fortune. His cultivation base was changing, and the inside of his body was intertwined and condensed. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to be born. He was almost unable to suppress it, but he was prepared. A world of nothingness appeared in his body. That world was full of tribulations, and there would never be a day of peace. Infinity Great Tao 104th Nomological Law, untranquil appear. This nomological law, you are a world of tribulations, contain the power of all tribulations. In the depths of Jiang Li's body, he had finally cultivated the 104th nomological law. His cultivation base had gained another reincarnation. He originally had the power of 4 reincarnations, and now he had the power of 5 reincarnations. With the mark of the strongest of the 8 reincarnations, he had the power of 13 reincarnations, and the formation of the king of 10,000 kings. His battle prowess was even stronger. What was more terrifying was that once this nomological law was cultivated, it would evolve into a world of no peace, endlessly absorbing the power of the secret prince and the others. Far away on the battlefield, the formation controlled by the secret prince was getting stronger and stronger. More vital chi and souls were entering the formation, sacrificing themselves to infinity. The other princes roared, "Secret prince, is this method of yours reliable? We've been fighting and sacrificing formations, but it's like a clay ox in the sea. It's completely ineffective. It's about to begin. Increase the intensity." All of a sudden, for the sake of power, the secret prince stopped at nothing. He laughed maliciously. "All generals, throw yourselves into it and offer sacrifices." Rumble. The generals and soldiers at his side were actually all under his command, also throwing themselves into the great formation, burning with raging flames, offering themselves to him. "You, A few of the eldest princes felt that the secret prince was going crazy. You're digging your own grave. According to the rules of our imperial court, we can't just casually sacrifice an army or kill a general. If you do this, you'll lose father's favor forever. You might even be imprisoned and never be able to reincarnate. It doesn't matter. After I obtain unlimited power, what will the great Yuan dynasty amount to? The entire origin world is mine. The primal chaos is also mine. Infinity is true power. Everything else belongs to nothingness. The secret prince said, all of you, sacrifice all the generals and soldiers as well. Look at me. My strength has practically increased by several times. Even if all of you join forces, you won't be a match for me. Aren't you tempted? His words had a strong magical power, causing the princes to become excited. The princes could indeed see the secret prince's power increasing. To them, nothing else was important. Only their own power was the best thing. Rumble. They also made their move, throwing all the generals and soldiers under them into the depths of the great formation and began to offer sacrifices. At this moment, Jiang Li, who was beside Prince Feng, finally could not hold it in any longer. His body trembled slightly, and the embryonic form of a long river appeared. The new boundless long river had finally begun to condense. Once the long river was formed, Jiang Li immediately felt that the world had become clear. In the depths of the distant primal chaos, the ancient primal chaos had retreated as though it was afraid of something. He had thought that the calamity would immediately descend, but the will of the primal chaos was actually retreating. This was unexpected. Perhaps the primal chaos was hatching some huge scheme. However, this also saved Jiang Li a lot of trouble. Once the new, boundless long river was formed, the Void Realm's boundless river immediately trembled. Yin and Yang combined, sensing the long river in Jiang Li's body. In an instant, the two communicated, and there was no longer any barrier between them. Not even the primal chaos could stop the transmission of their thoughts. At this moment, the secret prince and the other princes were shocked at the same time. An incredible scene appeared in their minds. They saw the true, boundless long river, the wisdom and information of countless living beings. The 104 nomological laws of the infinite great path floated in their minds, shattering all of their understanding of cultivation methods. They unknowingly began to cultivate the infinite great path, and they even spread the infinite great path. Buzz at this moment, in the red dust realm, Dreamkite and the others were shocked to discover that the boundless long river had expanded once again. Not only that, but it also emitted a golden luster, which was the smell of immortality. The greatest change in the boundless long river's history is that Jiang Li has created a new boundless long river in the depths of the primal chaos's core. Thus, they are able to sense each other, which is equivalent to the yin and yang combination of the good fortune jade plate. Dreamkite immediately knew what was going on. Now, things are progressing by leaps and bounds. Our strength is also increasing. Look, the boundless river is devouring the boundless river again. Several great experts have completely embraced the infinite great path and have begun to cultivate the infinite great path. The infinite great path is rapidly spreading in the depths of the primal chaos core. Hong Heiyu knew that the golden age had arrived. Jiang Li's plan was a success. From now on, there would be no more obstacles. I received feedback from the depths of the boundless river. Luo Feng said, "It's Jiang Li who dragged the princes of the great Yuan Empire down with him. They harbored evil intentions and wanted to seize our boundless river. They wanted to use the power of sacrifice to gain control of it, but Jiang Li bewitched them with the infinite great path. The more they cultivated the infinite great path, the more greedy they became, and in the end, they lost their lives. The infinite great path isn't something that just anyone can cultivate, control, and pursue supreme principles." Hong Heiyu said, "That's true, but the infinite great path has infinite possibilities. Those who are greedy will be rewarded with the karma of greed." Luo Feng seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the infinite great path. Moreover, these people only want power. They don't understand what the infinite great path is. It's normal for them to abandon their souls after obtaining the power they desire. Good, well said. Hong Heiyu laughed heartily. Look, the boundless river and the infinite golden core are shining brightly again. Even the Tao ranked first among the 10 great masters can't protect the boundless river. Devour. All treasures belong to the infinite great path. Everything belongs to the red dust realm. It won't be long before we can turn the red dust realm into the infinite world. Dream Kite said, That's true perfection. However, what we need to do now is target destruction and nirvana and attack them. That's right. Hong Heiyu was already rubbing his palms together. We use the infinite golden core and the boundless river to seal and besiege them so that they have nowhere to hide. Even if they have unparalleled magical powers, they'll still be trapped in our battlefield. That's true. The power of the infinite golden core and the infinite golden core has skyrocketed, almost illuminating the entire material realm. Even the chaos has temporarily retreated. We could take the opportunity to do all kinds of things. Dreamkite and the others didn't need to do anything at all. They just needed to adjust the red dust realm, strengthen the order inside, train people, stimulate the prayers of all living beings, and accept all kinds of creatures who came to seek refuge. Rumble. The red dust realm changed again. Under the illumination of the infinite golden core, the material realm suddenly seemed to become illusory. Then, like ghosts, they drifted into the red dust realm. The entire material realm was turned illusory by the infinite golden core. What kind of majestic power was this? Those worlds and great universes were sucked in by the infinite golden core and then entered the depths of the red dust realm, strengthening the power again. The infinite golden core was like a primordial divine dragon. It suddenly shook and slammed its tail into the infinite treasure river. Crack, crack! Above the infinite treasure river, the seal of the mysterious number 1 expert's Tao was broken. Then, with a mournful wail, the infinite treasure river entered the depths of the infinite golden core. Just like that, the infinite golden core effortlessly devoured the infinite golden core. Gulp, gulp, the cultivation of Dreamkite, Luo Feng, Hong Heiyu, and a large group of higher-ups rapidly increased. Each of them had the strength of a reincarnation. At this moment, almost 99% of the worlds in the material realm completely believed in the infinite great Tao. In addition, a large number of worlds and universes also began to merge with the red dust realm. In the history of thousands of reincarnations, the greatest force was about to be born. Rumble. 2 people emerged from the depths of space-time in a sorry state. Looking at the violent changes in the material realm, a look of terror appeared on their faces. They were nirvana and destruction. These 2 had been cultivating in secret, controlling the river of fate and Permitha. They wanted to launch a counterattack against Jiang Li, but they didn't expect the power of the infinite golden core to be so great. It was like an earthworm had suddenly been reborn and became a divine dragon. Everyone in the material realm was united. All the cracks in space-time were covered by the true meaning of the infinite golden core. There was no way to hide or escape. Then, as soon as they emerged, a golden core appeared above their heads, forming a boundary. 3 people appeared in the depths of the golden core. It was Dreamkite, Hong Heiyu, and Luo Feng. Destruction, nirvana, it's been a long time. You've been spying on the red dust realm and the infinite golden core for a long time. Now you can't hide anymore, can you? Dreamkite said, You want to suppress us? Destruction snickered. Although he couldn't hide, he didn't think he couldn't fight. No, I want to invite you 2 to discuss important matters. The infinite golden core doesn't want to suppress others. Instead, it wants to gather all living beings and open up a brand new world outside the primal chaos, Dreamkite said. Chapter 965. Although Dreamkite and the others had discovered nirvana and destruction, they weren't going to kill or suppress them, because she knew that if they fought now, they could defeat the 2 of them, but they would also lose 800 men to kill the enemy. Why not recruit them? As long as the 2 of them were recruited and began to cultivate the infinite great path, they wouldn't be able to resist the infinite river. because their own fate and spiritual power would be integrated into the infinite river and the infinite golden core. They would be trapped in a cocoon of their own making. Moreover, the power of the infinite river and the infinite golden core would skyrocket, so they wouldn't have to worry about their resistance again. As the saying went, once you enter the mortal world, you would be as deep as the sea. Are you trying to recruit us? Nirvana was amused. Aren't you afraid that we'll break into the mortal world and start a massacre and take away your power? You should know that our cultivation bases are 10 times stronger than yours. You're not our match at all. We'll definitely steal the limitless treasures from you and make you die without a burial place. We'll steal limitless treasures for ourselves. Your thinking is too childish. That's true, Meng Ziyuan said. You are indeed powerful. Summoning you into the red dust realm is akin to inviting a wolf into the house. However, it doesn't matter. Our red dust realm educates everyone without discrimination, and we accept everything. There is no evil, no conspiracies, so how can we be called infinite? If you enter and cultivate the infinite great Tao, you are welcome to participate in all kinds of activities. You can even solicit votes and hold elections. If you obtain the support of the people, you can still become the president. What if we don't want to? Destruction said calmly. Then we'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Dreamkite's voice was calm and unquestionable. But I don't think you have any reason to resist us, because everyone's interests are the same. That is, to surpass reincarnation, break the chaos, see what the outside world is like, create a brand new world, and obtain eternal life. If you cooperate with us and strengthen the infinite great path, you can also achieve this. If we kill each other, it'll be a waste of resources and the chaos will benefit. That's true. Destruction thought for a moment. If that's the case, we'll join the mortal world. But given our status, what position will you give us? Very well. Rumble. At this moment, a clone appeared. This incarnation was actually Jiangli. Right now, his cultivation base had increased explosively. He had refined his own incarnation from the endless river of time. Its might was unmatched, and its dignity could even suppress endless ages. His faint temperament was not something that could be profaned at all. Even the most powerful existence would feel ashamed and inferior in front of him. Destruction and nirvana felt like they were suffocating. Jiang Li's incarnation was not powerful, but its nature was very terrifying. It was like an old emperor lying on his sickbed on his last breath, but he could still order the death of a great general with unparalleled martial arts with a single sentence. This was dignity, as well as order, a boundless heavenly might that could not be resisted. Jiangli was now in such a situation. You too. I know you've always wanted to steal infinity, Jiangli said, but it doesn't matter. Infinity is the true heavenly axiom. All cultivators want to steal the heavenly axiom. This is human nature and the nature of cultivators. There's nothing wrong with that. Jiangli, Lord of Infinity, you've grown even stronger. Have you comprehended the 104 grand Daos of infinity? Ni asked. That's right. Jiangli smiled. That's not a big deal. 105 grand Daos, 106, 107, and even 108 grand Daos. I've more or less figured out the structure. You probably don't know this, but I've already created the river of infinity in the core of primal chaos. Countless living beings have begun to cultivate there. Although you're strong, you're fundamentally different from me. You're amazing. You had been born from the depths of primal chaos and was privy to countless secrets. Jiangli, he said, his eyebrows trembling, you really are an unshakable and invincible figure. You flatter me. I'll say this again. Your interests are the same as mine. Cultivating in the infinity realm will be very beneficial to you. Join the red dust realm, and it'll be a win-win situation. If you kill each other, you'll definitely die, Jiangli said with a voice that could sever nails and chop iron. I have the confidence to win, kill, and destroy. You see, there are countless living beings in the universe, but there are only a few who stand at the pinnacle. You and I are one of them. Why should we fall into the cycle of reincarnation and die? I don't believe that you're just bluffing, Doom said coldly. Oh, really? You can give it a try. Jiangli was as calm as the wind and as calm as the clouds. He exuded an unfathomable divine might as he said, all of you, come at me together. I'm just about to borrow the pressure from all of you to condense the 105 laws. However, when the time comes for you to die, don't regret it. Hold on, Nye said. He knew that people like Jiang Li would grow stronger the more tribulations they faced. What's wrong? Jiang Li smiled. I was just joking, Doom said. We don't have any deep grudges. Let's work together to fight against primal chaos, learn the grand Taos of infinity, and break through our limits. Doom, what do you think? Jiang Li asked. You're really strong. I was just testing you. We've already transcended fame and fortune. Doom's face was very gentle, as if he didn't say those harsh words. Very good. I like this kind of person. He has power, but he's not inflexible, adaptable, flexible, and flexible. Jiang Li said, since the two of you have joined the Red Dust Realm, I will definitely give you corresponding positions. You will be the Yin-Yang emissaries, in charge of Yin and Yang. You will be in charge of things for me, and you will be on the same level as Luo Feng, Dreamkite, and Hong Heiyu. All right, we'll join you. High five. As they spoke, Doom and Nye reached out their hands and high-fived Jiang Li Bang. The oath sprouted, and karma was born. There was no primal chaos oath, so it couldn't restrict anyone. But at this level of cultivation, words were law, and there were some things that couldn't be stopped. That was what Jiang Li needed. After the high five, countless musical notes appeared in the sky and descended. It was heaven's perception, the 6 movements of the universe. This meant that the grand Taos of infinity had 2 more huge people entering it to cultivate. At this moment, the entire material realm changed. There were no more strange auras, and everything returned to the Red Dust Realm. All prosperity returned to the Red Dust Realm. The Red Dust Realm was the sky, and the Red Dust Realm was the earth. The Red Dust Realm was infinite. The material realm has all been accommodated. Dreamkite, Luo Feng, Hong Heiyu, and many of the higher-ups looked at the changes in front of them and knew that the outcome was set. Next, it would be up to the main world of primal chaos. The main world of primal chaos was full of danger, but Jiang Li handled it with ease. He had convinced Doom and Nye to join the Red Dust Realm, so the outside material realm was under his control. At this moment, the power of the infinite river and the infinite golden core increased by many times. Naturally, his cultivation rose, but he didn't increase the reincarnation mark. Instead, he poured energy into the King of Kings formation, causing it to shine brightly in his body. The formation rotated and brewed, turning into a marvelous structure that supported the next 105,106 laws. He had mastered 104 nomological laws. Next would be 105 nomological laws. As for the true structure, he had basically completed it in his heart. He already knew a lot about the unification of the material realm, and his mental state rose to another level. The material realm was a huge melting pot that constantly produced the strongest experts. It was a huge testing ground. It wasn't like the main world. The material realm constantly reincarnated, just like how alchemy refined immortality from it. Coming and going, it never stopped. Every reincarnation was different, and it wasn't a cycle. This was no abode. No abode gave birth to one's heart. This was the true meaning of the material realm. Jiang Li had comprehended this law, and he was accumulating power to condense it in one go. If he continued like this, he would really be brewing the 106,107,108 laws. His words about doom and nirvana weren't just an alarmist. Although he knew that these two would definitely be restless and unwilling to stay in the Red Dust Realm, they would never know how much Jiang Li's cultivation would improve. As time passed, he would leave them far behind. Moreover, once they entered the infinite sea, there was no chance of turning back. It was like a person falling into a raging river. They could only follow the flow of the river. Since that's the case, fate, Permitha, both of you can merge into the infinite river and the infinite golden core. Buzz, Jiangli was next to Prince Feng, and he could secretly control everything in the Red Dust realm. Nirvana and Doom, who had just joined, felt their bodies shake. The suppressed Fate River and the Permitha fortress ship flew out, and in an instant, merged into the depths of the infinite river and the infinite golden core. This series of changes shocked both Doom and Nirvana, but there was nothing they could do. He could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. Crack, crack, crack. The river of fate used to be number one. Even now, it could still control the fate of all living beings. The power of fate could still permeate the lives of all living beings. Rumble. Merging with the Fate River was different from merging with the Myriad Treasures River. Fate, that is the essence of things. Fate entered the depths of the infinite sea, making it complete and stepping into a whole new level. Permitha was material, an artifact, so it merged into the infinite golden core. The infinite river represented the mind, and the infinite golden core represented material. Crack, crack, crack. Inside Jiang Li's body, the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon could be heard. He was fearless in the depths of his heart. The 105th law, no abode. The 106th law, no proof. There's no need to prove the Tao. The 107th law, no desire. The 108th law, no schemes. Once the fate fused, Jiang Li was completely different. It was like water reaching the boiling point, suddenly rising. He condensed all 105,106,107,108 laws. Every time he condensed one, a reincarnated mark would appear in his body. Up until now, he had the power of reincarnation 9 times. His own strength surpassed the 8 great kings. In other words, even if the 8 great kings tried to cause trouble, he could completely suppress them. All he needed was a single thought. Chapter 966. No one knew that the General Li by Prince Feng's side was Jiang Li, the Lord of Infinity, whom they had painstakingly searched for. Moreover, Jiang Li had mastered 5 types of laws in one go. This was a shocking achievement. It was because he had devoured fate, subdued the entire physical world, and controlled the secret prince and the other princes to spread the infinite great Tao. No one knew better than him what it meant to transcend and transcend. With 108 types of laws, his strength had reached 9 reincarnations. With the formation of the King of Myriad Kings controlling the 8 seals, although he only had the strength of 17 reincarnations, he could reach more than 20 if he unleashed his full strength. Not to mention the infinite golden core and the infinite river. His current strength was almost on par with the top 10 experts. Moreover, as the secret prince and the others continued to spread the infinite great Tao, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Stop! Prince Feng, Jiang Xinyue, Yuan Shiming, and the others had arrived at the edge of the Great Abyss Empire. From a distance, it was a battlefield of gods and demons. Shattered universes were everywhere, floating in the void like planets. Corpses of gods and demons, broken weapons, broken treasures, and ancient vengeful spirits were everywhere in the broken universes. On the other side of the battlefield were densely packed nations and empires. Everyone, let's begin the battle. General Li, you'll be the vanguard and attack the empires. Capture the people, set up the formation, and begin the sacrifice. Prince Feng looked coldly at General Li. Intense divine light burst from his body, turning into a rainbow that pierced through the void battlefield. His strength has reached this level. Jiang Li was shocked when he saw Prince Feng attack. This person's strength had reached more than 20 reincarnations, almost on par with his current strength. However, his strength was illusory, and his foundation was unstable. It was not as solid as Jiang Li's. Jiang Li was a kilogram of gold, while he was a kilogram of black iron. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. If the two of them were to fight, Jiang Li would definitely be able to defeat him. Of course, he had Yuan behind him. Jiang Xinyue and Yuan Shiming had Dao behind them. They were all people that Jiang Li could not defeat. He could only endure, accumulate strength, and break through again. Right now, it was a great opportunity. Many people wanted to sacrifice Jiang Xinyue so that she could use her supreme sensing technique to sense his presence. Then, Jiangli would be able to use his supreme divine ability to turn the calamity into fortune and subdue Jiang Xinyue and the others. He was now gradually embarking on the path of invincibility. Kill! Jiangli let out a long roar and pretended to release his troops. He killed his way through the battlefield to fight the other empires. At this time, Prince Feng roared. All of the white rainbows pierced through the primeval age and linked up the battlefield of gods and demons. The entire battlefield immediately turned into a great formation. This great formation gathered all of the treasures, resentment, heroic spirits, and devil souls and began to brew. The layout of this formation was far greater than that of the secret prince and the others. At this moment, all of the generals and sorcerers under him also attacked many empires. Many experts from those empires also came forward to resist. Countless divine lights appeared in the battle between the two sides. The Great Yuan Empire was clearly much more powerful, especially that female venerable Rome. She suddenly made a move, and suddenly, many trees appeared. Out of nowhere, there were branches and leaves everywhere. These branches and leaves sealed up the void, and everywhere they went, the space was destroyed and turned into a forest. The people inside were absorbed by the trees, and their souls and surging yuan qi were fused into them. A few hours later, the entire formation began to display earth-shattering power. At this time, Jiang Xinyue sat in the middle of the formation, silently chanting an incantation. A halo appeared in the depths of the incantation. Within the halo, the silhouettes of many people seemed to appear. She was using the power of the sacrifice and karma to find Jiang Li. She could be said to be Jiang Li's woman. The two of them were intertwined by fate. The power is still not enough. Jiang Li's cultivation seems to have increased a lot. After a long time, she did not find any traces of Jiang Li. She immediately sent out a powerful psychic wave to inform Prince Feng. How is this possible? Prince Feng did not believe it. I know of Jiang Li's strength. Although he is strong, how can he be this strong? According to my calculations, this kind of sacrifice can make him have nowhere to hide. It can even use your fate to create a rope of karma to pull him over. Indeed, as long as one was strong enough, they could use the power of karma to form a rope to pull the person they wanted to find from anywhere and then trap them in the deepest killing formation. No, Jiang Li seems to have unified the material world at this moment. In the material world, the endless river has strengthened to an unbelievable level. He has already set foot on the path of invincibility. Jiang Xinyue suddenly trembled. She seemed to have received some kind of news. She stood up and stopped using her heavenly Tao. She knew that even if she used her heavenly Tao, it would be useless. She would not be able to capture Jiang Li. Have you given up? Prince Feng was furious when he saw her like this. You should know that we have an agreement. This time we must capture Jiang Li. I'm not giving up. I'm trying to think of another way. Just now, I received the will of the primordial heavenly king from the boundless void. He told me about the changes in the material world and how strong Jiang Li has become. Right now, even the primordial heavenly king doesn't know where his true body is or what he's plotting. But what I do know is that he's broken through the seal of primal chaos in the main world and created a brand new boundless river. He's combined yin and yang and broken through yin and yang. Jiang Xinyue sighed and said, summoning him like this is actually giving him strength to sink deeper and deeper. So we're just going to let this matter go. Prince Feng calmed down. His original form was the will of the three-dimensional universe. When he used his will, he could calculate everything that was impossible to calculate. I think there's still room for negotiation. You must have another way. You are the person appointed by Yuan Shi, and that Jiang Nailin of the Jiang family is also the #1 expert who has been possessed by Tao. Can't the two of them work together to deal with Jiang Li? That's right. I have an idea. My plan is to let Tao and Jiang Li injure each other. Jiang Li was not Tao's match before, but now that he is so powerful, I can carry out my plan better, Jiang Xinyue said. That's right. I have an idea about that. I want Dao to injure Jiangli badly. What are we waiting for? Prince Feng urged. I know a little about Jiang Li's situation. The longer we wait, the stronger he will become. We have to kill him before he becomes completely invincible. Don't be impatient. Yuan Ximing smiled faintly. Actually, all of this is still within Yuan Shi's control. The Deyuan Empire and the Dashi Empire have been reborn and have become two major forces that have swept through the main world. It can be said that the power of the two empires is now even greater than that of the great Yuan Empire. However, we are now preparing to use both empires as a force to completely defeat Jiang Li in one blow. For now, small fights are no longer of any use. Your plan is very noble, but what else do you want me to do? Asked Prince Feng. It's very simple. The Deyuan Empire and the Dashi Empire are not strong enough. We need to add in the Great Yuan Empire, the entire Great Yuan Empire. Jiang Xinyue said, I know that the Great Yuan Empire is not in your hands, but in Yuan's. However, Yuan is currently in seclusion, and he has 3 King of Kings formation diagrams. When these diagrams are gathered together, they will have boundless power. Right now, he wants to completely fuse these diagrams into his body and become one with them to reach the strongest realm. Unfortunately, this is destined to fail. It's just wishful thinking on his part. The King of Kings formation diagrams and the mark of the strongest expert cannot be fused into a single person's body. If it was so easy to succeed, then the primal chaos would not have wasted its power. That's true. Prince Feng did not have much respect for his father, Yuan. In fact, he was like a hungry wolf that could turn on him at any time. At their realm, strength was the most important thing. Any kind of kinship could be killed and devoured. Moreover, Prince Feng was only possessing this body. Then let's do it now and strangle Yuan, absorb all of it and control the great Yuan Empire. Cooperate with the Yuan Empire and the Dashi Empire, and offer sacrifices to the 3 empires. We'll definitely be able to temporarily break through Jiang Li's boundless river and make him temporarily lose his power. In the end, he'll die completely, said Yuan Ximing. Yuan is truly unfathomable. It won't be easy to deal with him, said Prince Feng. Prince Feng said, I think you all probably know about my background. I'm favored by Yuan, but in reality, he's just using me. He knows my every move at any time, and I can't devour him. If I try to devour him, I'm afraid I'll fall into his trap. It's very simple. We can help you. Yuan Ximing sneered. Yuan has the King of Kings formation. It's something we must obtain. How can you help me? Prince Feng did not believe the two of them at all and began to plot against each other. Yuan will secretly suppress Yuan, and there's also Jiang Nailan, said Jiang Xinyue. Come out. A shadow appeared without a sound. It was actually Jiang Nailan. His aura was even more gloomy, but there was an even larger shadow behind him. It was the number 1 expert of the main world, the shadow of Dao. The aura of Dao grew stronger and stronger. It seemed like Jiang Nailan would be controlled at any time. Now, Jiang Nailan wanted to find a place to vent the power of Dao. Jiang Xinyue, you've done well. After Jiang Nailan appeared, she said, Now, I'll go kill Abyss. Dao and primal chaos are entangled, and they fight day and night. I can't escape, so he attaches his power to my body. He wants to free himself in the end. Sooner or later, I'll become his puppet. Now, I can kill Abyss and borrow his power to help me refine Dao's power, and finally seize Dao. Chapter 9:67. Jiang Nailan had appeared. He wanted to get rid of the shackles on his body and use the power of the Dao to kill Yuan. At the same time, he would use Yuan's power to devour the primordial spirit of the Dao, which would benefit him greatly. This plan was extremely dangerous, but it was the only way he could succeed. Not only would his cultivation base improve, but he could also plot against Jiang Li and seize the Endless River. Of course, Jiang Li had seen through all these schemes and plots. They were useless. After Jiang Li had cultivated the 108 principles of schemeless, he had truly dominated the world. No schemes or plots had any effect on him. This principle could dispel schemes, and he had the great path of heaven and earth under his control. You do have the power of the Tao on you. Prince Feng was secretly shocked. He looked at Jiang Nailan, who was in a trance like a ghost that didn't belong to any time and space. He knew that he had comprehended the true meaning of the Tao. He was indeed the number one expert, and Tao had attached a part of his primordial spirit to his body. However, Prince Feng felt that this person was pitiful. If he was not careful, he would lose himself and become someone else's slave. If I can devour this person and devour the power of the Tao, then I can achieve my goal immediately. These people aren't good people. Even if I devour Yuan, I won't get a share. Fortunately, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Prince Feng's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking. These people all had their own plans and were scheming. Anyway, even if you have the power of Tao, you can't shake Yuan's power. Yuan has cultivated for so many years. Although he's ranked third among the top 10 experts, just below Devour, it's been so many years since then. I'm afraid his cultivation base isn't below Devour's, said Prince Feng. With just a few of us, we'll die. Of course, there's also Yuan Shi. You can recruit countless people to dismantle the imperial court's rule and crush it in one blow, said Yuan Shi Xinming. We have enough people now. After a moment of silence, Prince Feng said, since that's the case, I'd better rope in the experts of the imperial court and form a force. You guys go fight Yuan first. If you lose, there's still room for negotiation. That's fine too. You can beat around the bush while we attack from the front. It's not good for you to expose your identity now. Jiang Xinyue said, if we don't succeed, you still have room to maneuver. But what about the Limitless Lord? Prince Feng thought of something. Since that Jiang Li has entered the main world of the primal chaos core, he must have noticed us. What if he suddenly appears and takes advantage of us while we are fighting Yuan? That's the effect we want. When that time comes, we'll stop fighting with Yuan and kill him together. Jiang Xinyue continued, you must know that he is now the enemy of all living beings. Everyone knows his value. He is not a human, but an ancient treasure. Whoever obtains him would be invincible, no longer restricted by the primal chaos. Hence, he doesn't dare to show himself. As soon as he does, he will become the target of everyone. Everyone will kill him. He is like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. He definitely doesn't dare to show himself. Then should we stop fighting now? Go back and fight back. Prince Feng had an idea in mind, but he asked here. No. Let's leave these generals to fight here and attract everyone's attention, Yuan Shi Ximing said. We'll sneak back and carry out a series of plans. All right, let's go. Whoosh, 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 the generals all flew away. Only Master Rong and a dozen generals were left behind to continue fighting. None of them had heard the discussion just now, as it was top-secret information. With Yuan Shi Ximing, Prince Feng, and Jiang Xinyue gone, the situation eased up. A smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. Whoosh! His figure flew to Master Rong's side. Master Rong was shocked. Then, her gaze turned sharp. General Li, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Generals, quickly suppress him. However, many of the generals around her were fighting with all their might and did not hear what she said. It was as if she had been cut off from the world and had entered a different dimension. In the blink of an eye, General Li was fighting in the distance. I'm not General Li. Jiang Li laughed heartily. You've already fallen into my trap. This is the boundless Tao that I've unleashed. Boundless space-time has completely enveloped you within it. No matter how powerful you are, it'll be hard for you to escape my control. Infinite Great Tao, you're the Lord of Infinity. You've possessed General Li's body, and everything is a trap for you? Master Rong's eyes suddenly burst with light. She waved the staff in her hand and fiercely attacked. The gem on the staff released a dragon-shaped light that circled around and turned into an abyss. The dragon-shaped light was the winding river. All rivers returned to the abyss. Kill! She let out a long howl and unleashed her strongest power. 5 reincarnators' marks appeared on her body, indicating that her strongest power was 5 reincarnators. This kind of power was very impressive, and if she went to the material world, she would definitely be a hegemon. Even in the origin world, she would be of high status. However, he had encountered Jiang Li. Jiang Li's strength had already reached the apex of the universe, and he could dominate the universe. He made a grabbing motion. The light from the winding river entered Jiang Li's palm. Then, the staff in her hand actually disintegrated inch by inch, melting into the purest of vital energy. Jiang Li's figure flickered and appeared in front of her. He stretched out 2 fingers and tapped on her body. Instantly, Master Rong couldn't move. She looked at Jiang Li in fear. What are you doing? Nothing much. I'm helping you, imparting you the infinite great Tao. Divine light shot out from the depths of Jiang Li's forehead, all of it entering Master Rong's forehead. In an instant, she connected with the infinite great Tao. This is infinite. Master Rong's worldview was completely changed, and a look of sorrow and joy appeared on her face. That's right. This is infinite, and also the righteous path of the heavens. It is the strongest martial art, and nothing can surpass it. There is no future if you follow Yuan. Only by following me, following infinite, will you be able to break through the chaos and reach the realm you want to reach. Jiang Li completely changed the woman's thinking. After a full 10 breaths, the woman's eyes softened. It seemed that the change was successful. From now on, you will also cultivate the infinite great Tao. From the depths of Jiang Li's forehead, an ancient thought came out. Creating the endless river is your responsibility. Give the order, gather all the generals here. I want to brainwash them. Yes. Master Rong's body trembled as she gave the order. Instantly, all the generals gathered. Master Rong, what happened? General Meng was the first to ask. All of you, return to infinite. I am the Lord of Infinite. Jiang Li's figure once again appeared in the depths of this huge space. In an instant, the will that could cause mountains to collapse and tsunamis pierced through the bodies of all the generals. The generals all knelt down and worshipped the infinite great Tao. What they worshipped was not Jiang Li, but infinite. However, up until now, Jiang Li was infinite, and infinite was Jiang Li. At first, these generals could not accept this. But soon, they were completely moved by the limitless great Tao. Their cultivation bases soared, and their minds directly fused into the limitless river. This was the limitless river that Jiang Li had created. Everyone, merge all your soldiers into my river. They will also begin cultivating the infinite great Tao. Jiang Li gave the order. In an instant, all the soldiers gathered, and the will of the infinite great Tao pierced through time and space. Jiang Li's limitless river swelled up again to the point where it even affected the limitless river outside. The 2 rivers began to fuse together in terms of their wills. This spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100 it began to spread. Kacha! Within Jiang Li's body, runes and structures once again appeared. In the depths of his mind, the wisdom of all living beings gathered, and he actually condensed some of the 109 nomological laws. 109 nomological laws, rootless. That's right, rootless nomological laws. Root was the source. The infinite great Tao originally had no source. Without a root, there would be no limit. From start to finish, it would be endlessly derived. With this nomological structure, Jiang Li's cultivation base rose to another level. As long as he accumulated enough power, he could completely cultivate this nomological law, and his power would have another reincarnation. Right now, his cultivation base already had 9 reincarnations. It was very impressive, but compared to the top 10 experts, there was still a gap. But the profundity of the infinite great Tao was that it could advance infinitely. Those experts had already reached a bottleneck, and even if they cultivated for countless years, it would be useless. He was different. He had no bottleneck at all, and he could pour energy into it at will. This kind of potential was very terrifying. The power of humans could not surpass that of chaos. Even throughout the ages, countless major figures could not compare to 1/10,000th of chaos. This was because he had a bottleneck. It was like a creature born from a planet. It was basically impossible for its mass to surpass that of the planet. But Jiang Li and the infinite Great Tao were such freaks. Good. All of the generals and soldiers are under my control. Don't go back. Continue to fight here. Remember, you're fighting now, not to kill, but to spread the boundless Grand Tao. Once you reach any empire, you'll receive the boundless Grand Tao, and your power will increase several-fold. There won't be many empires that can stop you. Rumble. All the soldiers, generals, and even Master Rong flew towards those empires. Jiang Li saw the infinite Great Tao spreading out like a plague. The speed at which it spread was unimaginable. These generals and soldiers were originally tyrannical and boundless. Once they obtained the infinite Great Tao, their strength increased even faster. Their moves were exquisite, and their strength was tyrannical. They even had the ability to refine chaos. More importantly, the more they spread the infinite Great Tao, the stronger they became. Jiang Li could even control their life and death. After completing this matter, my strength will improve further. Next, I will completely get rid of the hidden danger that is Jiang Nailan, as well as Yuanshu and Dao. Chapter 968. Subduing Venerable Rong and the others, and having them spread the infinite Tao was indeed a brilliant move. The great Tao of infinity spread throughout the countless empires. In an instant, millions of living beings became infinitely intelligent, and their spirit would add a small wave to the endless river. Millions of waves could form a monstrous wave. Now, in the heart of primal chaos, he had the secret prince and the others under his control. In addition to Venerable Rong's dozen generals, each general had their own army. The army in a single commander seal was equivalent to the entire immortal realm. He had 8 commander seals, which was equivalent to 8 immortal realms. The other generals had more than him, so in total, it was equivalent to more than 100 immortal realms. In addition to the generals on the secret prince's side and the other prince's generals, these commander seals were equivalent to at least several hundred immortal realms. In other words, Jiang Li had gathered the infinite Tao from several hundred immortal realms to spread. When he spread it again, it would be a wonder if the infinite Tao's power didn't increase by leaps and bounds. The greater the boundless river, the more intelligent it was. Every living being had their own thoughts. When millions and millions of living beings gathered together, it gave itself the supreme power of creation, causing the laws of the boundless Great Tao to condense into a physical form. The more living beings he allowed to cultivate the infinite Great Taos, the more the infinite river would flourish. The more the infinite river flourished, the more profound its wisdom would be. It would be able to brew supreme truths, and those truths would cause the depths of its wisdom to evolve even more laws. Now that he had successfully constructed 109 nomological laws, he could construct 110 nomological laws. He would continue to charge forward without end. He quickly returned. In an instant, he had traversed the boundless space and time, arriving at the capital city in the depths of the great Yuan Empire. Along the way, his divine will spread out in all directions. He could sense the countless sects, sacred grounds, and even monster lairs within the vast territory. Jiang Li's divine will spread out. As long as he sensed a sect leader or a feudal official, he would implant the infinite Tao seed into their minds in an instant, allowing them to cultivate and sense the infinite river. Now was the best time to preach, because Jiang Nailan and the others going to kill Yuan would definitely cause a huge storm in the great Yuan Empire. At that time, no one would care about the people here. Jiang Li would take the opportunity to spread the infinite Great Tao layer by layer. First, he would spread it to the magnates, then to the lowly people. In the end, the entire great Yuan Empire would become Jiang Li's territory. This was the power of the true essence of infinity. Along the way, Jiang Li spread the boundless Great Tao to the hearts of millions of powerhouses in an instant. They felt the boundless river expanding once again. The fortune of the great Abyss Empire began to slowly transform. It gathered around Jiang Li's body and became the final energy of the 109 laws. 109 nomological laws. The rootless nomological laws were ready to come out. By this time, he had finished spreading the news and arrived at the capital of the great Yuan Empire. At this time, the atmosphere in the capital was solemn. He sensed that Prince Feng had begun to hide, and Yuanshi Ximing, Jiang Xinyue, and especially Jiang Nailin had arrived at the imperial palace of the great Yuan Empire with towering arrogance. Let's activate Yuanshi's power. Yuanshi Ximing and Jiang Xinyue looked at each other at the same time. They suddenly chanted an incantation, which seemed to form some kind of great summoning mantra. Crackle. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the imperial palace, condensing into yin and yang qi. Like dragons of yin and yang, they entangled with each other. In an instant, they transformed into a huge palm that reached for the altar in the depths of the imperial palace. It seemed like it was going to grab the entire imperial palace. Whoosh! At this time, no matter how deep the abyss was, it had no choice but to make a move. A huge, pitch-black hand emerged from the bottomless abyss. The gigantic hand seemed to be able to prop up heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their splendor. It slammed into the gigantic hand of the yin-yang dragon. Crunching sounds could be heard as the vital energy of the collision spread out in all directions. The space of the imperial city was destroyed, and it was impossible to say how many living beings were killed in that instant. However, the yuan qi of the fallen souls did not disperse. Instead, it was sucked into the black abyss like a wisp of smoke. In fact, the entire great Yuan Empire was a formation. Anyone who died, including their aura, would be sucked into the black abyss to be sacrificed to the abyss. The abyss founded the great Yuan Empire to treat the people of the world as lambs to be slaughtered. Their deaths were harvested. In fact, this was also something that ordinary gods would do, but the great Yuan Empire had reached the pinnacle. Jiang Li observed in secret. He would definitely not make a move. He was checking out the strength of the abyss. In battle, the abyss would completely reveal his other side. Otherwise, Jiang Li would not be able to see through this person's strength. Even now, Jiang Li's cultivation had skyrocketed, but he was definitely not a match for the abyss. He could only secretly borrow power to strengthen his own cultivation and transform the entire great Yuan Empire into the land of the infinite great Tao. At that time, the infinite river would expand several times, and at least he would be able to comprehend more laws. I'll make a move and defeat the abyss. Jiang Nailin made a move at this time. He did not use his own strength. Instead, he put his palms together, separated them, and rubbed them slightly. In an instant, the depths of the world rippled with boundless radiance, as if connected to the depths of the unseen world. The great divine power, the power of the Tao. Vaguely, Jiang Li traced back to the origin and saw that in the deepest depths of the chaos, there was a shadowy figure that looked like an old man. He was activating his power and pouring it into Jiang Nailin's body, causing Jiang Nailin to be completely controlled and lose himself. This was the number 1 expert, Tao. The abyss was only the number 3 expert, far inferior to Tao. However, Tao seemed to be bound by the chaos and could not free himself at all. The power he transmitted was much weaker than when he was at his peak, so it would not kill Abyss immediately. Roar! In the depths of the imperial city, a man gradually emerged from the abyss. This man wore a pitch-black robe that covered his entire body. In the depths of the robe, there was no telling whether it was a universe or a world. He was the ruler of the great Yuan Empire, the supreme emperor, Abyss. He was also the number 3 expert of the primary world in the core of the chaos. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Jiang Nailin, Yuanshi Ximing, and Jiang Xinyue, and let out a long sigh. Fools! Why did you attack my empire? Do you really think you can kill me? You are but pawns of Yuanshi and Tao. They can abandon you at any time. Kill! Jiang Nailin clenched his fist in the void and suddenly struck down. The vital energy on his fist condensed into a huge heaven-splitting divine axe. It was the work of the gods, and the power of creation slashed down from the sky. Tao's technique is the work of the gods. Not bad, but in my opinion, it's still lacking. That Tao is too greedy. He wants to do a series of things in the final cycle of reincarnation. So he forcibly searched for the son of chaos and tried to devour this huge body of energy. However, his consciousness was invaded by the chaos, and he still can't break free from it. He thinks he can defy the heavens by himself. Young man, right now, that Tao is at its wit's end. It wants to borrow your body, borrow a shell to be reborn, and finally evolve into an unrivaled and unparalleled cultivation, and then you'll be turned to ashes. Have you comprehended it yet? I know you want to borrow my strength to break the shackles of Tao, so that you can be freed. You still want to devour Tao's power. I will fulfill your wish now. Yuan seemed to have seen through everything clearly. Dense compound eyes appeared between his brows. Rays of light shot out from the compound eyes, forming a huge net that enveloped Yuanshi Xinming, Jiang Xinyue, and Jiang Nalan. You're really putting up a desperate struggle. Jiang Xinyue borrowed Yuanshi's power. Immediately, two great nations appeared in the sky, like a mirage. This was all the power and fortune of the great Yuan Empire and the great beginning empire. It pressed down on the great Yuan Empire. Origin River. Whoosh! The two great empires turned into mirages and actually squirmed. Then, they turned into surging rivers. That was the Origin River, not a fake river, but a true river. It didn't reside in the void of the material world, but in the main world. This was the Origin River that Yuanshi had created. This Origin River was mysterious and unfathomable. It represented the highest origin, the power of the core of primal chaos, the power that formed the primal chaos. The supreme origin had descended to contend against the infinite and crush everything. The power of this Origin River was even greater than that of the endless river. Who knew how many living beings had gathered here, all cultivating the power of the primordial origin? This was because this origin represented the origin of primal chaos. It seemed that Yuanshi had grasped a deeper foundation. Heaven and earth trembled. The Origin River descended like the Milky Way falling from the nine heavens. Waves of thought crashed into the lands and cities of the great Yuan Empire. In an instant, Zhongli felt an intense profundity in his mind. It was the impact of the infinite great Tao in the endless river. Yuanshi actually had the same idea as him. He had created the Origin River and created a divine art from the Origin River. He wanted everyone to learn it and eventually return to the Origin River, transforming it into the supreme cultivation and instincts of the core of primal chaos. In an instant, many living beings in the cities of the great Yuan Empire received the baptism of the Origin River and the divine art. They began cultivating. The power of the spread surpassed that of the endless river. Although the profundity of the infinite great Tao was above the Origin River, Jiang Li's own strength was still insufficient. Damn it! Seeing this, Jiang Li knew that the primordial heavenly king wasn't so easily tricked. He had painstakingly tried to swallow the great Yuan Empire, but the primordial heavenly king had simply caught him like a turtle in a jar. Chapter 969. Who would have thought that Yuanshi really was an invincible primeval powerhouse who'd created the Origin River? It was the framework of primordial chaos. Anyone who cultivated this supreme Tao would be able to achieve miraculous results similar to the infinite Tao. Of course, Jiang Li's infinity was still above the Origin River. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes last suffers disaster. After the appearance of the Origin River, the various cities and life forms in the great Yuan Empire began to change and tremble as they began to study the Origin River. Fortunately, Jiang Li had planted the infinity seed. The sect heads who cultivated the infinity Tao were dismissive of the Origin River's response. Indeed, as long as one learned the infinity Tao, any great Tao or divine art, even the Chaos God Fist, couldn't contend with it. One had to know that the infinity Tao had reached 108 nomological laws, and the structure of 109 of them had been completed. This wasn't something that any divine art could compare to. As soon as the Origin River descended, Zhongli secretly activated the Infinity River to spread the true meaning of infinity even faster. In the blink of an eye, countless specks of infinite true meaning spread across the great Yuan Empire's territory. This was the best time to spread it, because the imperial court didn't care. If Zhongli had invaded during normal times, he would have been severely suppressed. The great Yuan Empire's imperial court couldn't tolerate the spread of such ideas. It wasn't the same as exterminating the empire, but it was worse than exterminating the empire. Destroying a nation was merely a physical invasion, while spreading it was a mental control. Generation after generation, the Infinity Tao could be summed up as the most frightening thing. That was the scariest part. If the nation's mindset changed, there would be no hope. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two wills of the Infinity River and the Origin River clashed, fighting for life and cities. Even though the will of the River of Origin was overwhelming and majestic, it was immediately pushed back by the true essence of infinity. It could be said that if one accepted the will of the Origin River and came into contact with the will of the Infinity River, they would definitely abandon their cultivation of the Origin River and cultivate the Infinity Tao directly. On the other hand, those who accepted the Infinity Tao were like dog shit to them. If a person picked up gold, would they still care about iron? Because of that, as soon as they touched each other, the Essence River's influence was weakened, while the Infinity River's will was strengthened. In fact, Zhongli's Infinity Great Tao, the power of the Infinity River, devoured much of the Essence River. Kacha! Zhongli's 109 nomological laws were completely unrooted. The rootless law. At the same time, after devouring the Essence River, Zhongli's 110 magical laws had reached an unfathomable and invincible level. It was as if he could break through the ancient times and reach the pre-celestial immeasurable level. His 110 sets of nomological laws were known as having no foundation. Since Yuanshi was an origin law, he had no origin. The origin was nothing to begin with. It just so happened to be restrained and tolerant. With the completion of 109 nomological laws, Zhongli's cultivation had reached the 10th reincarnation cycle, which was another breakthrough. Not only that, the 110th nomological law was about to be completed. Every time the Infinity River completed a nomological law, its power would increase. This way, the profundities of the Infinity Great Tao would become more and more profound, and he would be able to defeat the Essence River. Zhongli was rapidly expanding, and at this time, Yuanshi and the power of the Tao rampaged through the imperial city, fighting against Yuan. It was a complete mess. Kill. Behind Jiang Nailin, the Tao God Force transformed into a godly diagram that fiercely attacked the Abyss, wanting to split the Abyss and turn the strongest power that the Abyss had accumulated for who knew how many years into ashes. Tao, divine diagram. Jiang Nailin's voice had completely changed. It wasn't his own voice. He was a puppet, a marionette, and the one truly controlling him was the Tao. The Tao's godly might transformed into a divine diagram that slashed down from the sky, enveloping everything, wanting to suppress and seal Yuan. But Yuan didn't care. A pitch-black aura appeared around him, turning the sky so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. It was as if everyone was being dragged into a bottomless abyss by him. Boundless darkness enveloped the imperial city and then spread outwards, enveloping the entire great Yuan Empire. It was as if the great Yuan Empire's fate and breath were one with him. I'm not the river, but the abyss, the endpoint of all rivers. You've changed the minds of all living beings, but their final destination is still my abyss. Now, I will make all living beings in the great Yuan Empire a part of the abyss, the boundless abyss. Yuan attacked. He underwent a new transformation of the great Tao. His body truly transformed into a bottomless abyss, and all the lands and living beings began to perish, returning to the abyss. This was his reasoning. He seemed to be working hard to create something that surpassed the river. But from Zhang Li's point of view, this person hadn't truly succeeded. If he had, it would be extremely terrifying, almost comparable to the boundless Great Tao. Of course, the boundless Great Tao also included the boundless abyss. In fact, what Yuan wanted to do was to sacrifice the entire Great Abyss Empire. He had been running the empire for countless years and had long set up formations in many cities. They were the most secretive and most mysterious supreme formations. These formations usually disappeared, but they would suddenly erupt at the most crucial moment. When they came out, the Great Abyss Empire would become the sacrificial offering. The entire empire would become a sacrificial dog in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that these great figures were all ruthless and unscrupulous. The power of Tao, the power of primordial beginning, solidify, destroy the abyss. At this moment, Jiang Nalin, Yuan Shi Xinming, and Jiang Xinyue began to combine their powers. Yuan Shi's power and the power of the great Yuan Empire circulated and spread out, dispersing the pitch-black haze of the abyss. Not only that, but the power also penetrated deep into the land, preventing the formations from operating. The formation of the abyss collapsed. The three of them roared. Bang, 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 bang. Countless sounds reverberated throughout the land of the great Yuan Empire. It was the sound of the formation of the abyss lying in ambush in the cities collapsing. From now on, the people of the great Yuan Empire were completely liberated. They would no longer be sacrificed. Of course, Yuan Shi and the Tao were definitely up to no good. These people had just escaped the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. Endless light shone down, and all the living beings of the great Yuan Empire felt as if they were melting in it. It was an abyss before, but now it was a furnace. Yuan Shi and the Tao started melting these living beings. Infinity. Jiang Li knew that if he didn't act now, all the living beings of the great Yuan Empire would fall into the most painful state of destruction. In order to spread infinity and plunder resources, he had no choice but to act. With a sudden thought, he hid himself. However, he released his strongest Yuan Qi, which turned into a gentle breeze and drizzled down over the entire great Yuan Empire. The drizzle extinguished the flames. This wasn't ordinary rainwater, but the true essence of infinity. Everyone who came into contact with the rain became clear-minded. Their thoughts communicated with the two infinity rivers, and from them they obtained the supreme cultivation method, the true essence of infinity. In the Great Abyss Empire, anyone who cultivated the infinite Great Tao would join forces with others to fight against the demons from the outside world. Kill. At this time, the infinity wave swept across the land. Countless experts had learned the infinity Great Tao, and their wisdom was clear. They knew what was going on, so they joined forces and released the infinity formation. Suddenly, great formations appeared on the land of the great Yuan Empire. The infinity formation began to resist the power of Yuan Shi, the Tao, and even the Tao. Crack! Jiang Li's infinity Great Tao broke through again. He had cultivated 110 nomological laws, the infinity principle. His strength had also reached the 11th reincarnation realm. And once this infinity principle was formed, a large amount of Yuan Shi's origin river's power was suppressed, becoming the infinity principle's nemesis. It seems that my wisdom is endless. Among the countless beings in the Great Abyss Empire, there are many knowledgeable and talented geniuses. Their wisdom is my wisdom, and their strength is my strength. In this way, I can break through my limits. After cultivating the 110 nomological laws, Jiang Li did not stop and started to comprehend the 111 nomological laws. The 111 nomological laws were designed for the great Yuan Empire's abyss, which was called the infinity principle. The nomological laws had not been formed yet, but Zhao Fu's aura had already started to secretly prepare. He wanted to use this opportunity to subdue Yuan and obtain power from him. He also had to obtain the King of Kings formation diagram. Jiang Li did not forget his original intention. He had come to the great Yuan Empire to find the King of Kings formation diagram. There were several formation diagrams on Yuan's body, and within the abyss, there were countless changes that revolved, restrained, and destroyed each other. The source of the changes in the abyss was the king marks. The 129,600 king's marks had been condensed by the primal chaos and were scattered throughout the vast origin world. Whoever collected the most would have the absolute advantage. The Lord of Infinity, Jiangli, has finally appeared. He really doesn't want to be left out. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyue discovered the various changes in the Great Yuan Empire's territory. The Infinity Great Tao spread so quickly that it could not even be described as a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the Great Yuan Empire's territory had been occupied. In just a bit more time, the Great Yuan Empire's territory would become the Infinity Kingdom. With it as the center, the surrounding kingdoms would be affected by the Infinity Principle. Any expert would know how terrifying the Infinity Great Tao was. Yuan, we've successfully lured out the Infinity Lord. Now that we've succeeded, let's stop fighting and kill the Infinity Lord. What do you think? Jiang Xinyue sent out a mental message. Kill. Yuan also knew how powerful it was. His huge hand shook as he fiercely attacked the vital qi that Jiangli had created. Chapter 970. Jiangli had no choice but to show himself. However, he would immediately become the target of everyone's ire. Whether it was the heavenly king of primordial beginning, Tao, abyss, or even more experts, they were all eyeing Jiangli covetously, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. His mastery of the infinite great Tao was tantamount to wielding a divine weapon of the state. Everyone coveted it, wanting to replace it. Unfortunately, Jiangli had almost fused with the infinite great Tao. What had just appeared was merely a mass of his vital energy. He knew that he would be killed in the most brutal way possible if he invaded the Great Abyss Empire's territory. So he had already transformed his body into a combat art. The three experts all attacked the vital energy of Jiang Li's incarnation. However, Jiang Li was prepared. As soon as he retracted his aura, the true meaning of infinity vanished like a tidal wave. Those who cultivated the true meaning of infinity in the Great Abyss Empire's territory formed a seal with their hands, and their bodies vanished. Their bodies became tangible and intangible. Even their magic treasures and wealth vanished. This was the infinite God seal. Once the seal was formed, the person would transform into a formless existence and merge with the depths of the infinite great river. Then, at the appropriate time, they would be restored. It was a miraculous thing. If he didn't take these people away, they would be killed, and he would accomplish nothing. But now, Jiangli had taken away 1/3 of the Great Abyss Empire's infinite great Tao cultivators, leaving Yuan, Tao, and Yuanshi to fight among themselves. Whoosh! 1/3 of the Great Abyss Empire's population was gone. The infinite great river had vanished as well, and no one knew where it was residing. Right now, there were two limitless rivers. One was in the material world, and the other was in Jiang Li's body. It was like a young dragon growing into a divine dragon. After absorbing 1/3 of the Great Abyss Empire's population, the infinite great river had become even more wondrous. Jiang Li's disappearance had allowed him to condense the 111 nomological laws. The 111 nomological laws were flawless. There were gains and losses. Flawless was foolproof. Flawless was flawless. Once the nomological laws were formed, there would be no mistakes. But with the flawless nomological laws, there was no such thing as what if. It was truly flawless. Whoosh! The Great Yuan Empire lost 1/3 of its population, and Jiang Li's presence was nowhere to be found. Neither Yuanshi, Tao, nor Yuan had found anything. Their attacks seemed to have entered the endless void of fate and were absorbed completely, turning into nourishment for Jiang Li. Jiang Li has disappeared. Jiang Xinyue was shocked. He has comprehended a brand new law of the infinite great Tao. What should we do? Yuanshi Shiming immediately learned a lot of information. Are we really going to fight against Yuan here? It wasn't easy for us to lure him out, but things have turned out this way. If we fight Jiang Li to the death again, he'll come out and take advantage of us again. He's already captured a third of the great Abyss Empire's population. What should we do? Go. Jiang Xinyue made a prompt decision and stopped fighting with Yuan. With a whistling sound, she flew far away. At this time, Jiang Nalin's figure also swayed and disappeared. Just like that, an unprecedented great battle vanished like smoke in thin air. No one had gained anything from this battle, and everyone had suffered losses. The only one who had benefited greatly was Jiang Li. He had cultivated 111 laws, and his strength had reached 12 reincarnations. Everything was calm. The abyss looked around, and everything disappeared. His body turned into a black stream of air and gradually sank into the abyss. He didn't seem to care about the loss of a third of his empire's population. To him, this was insignificant. He had reached a critical moment in his cultivation of a certain combat art. Damn it, damn it. Prince Feng waited for things to calm down and appeared at the edge of the great Yuan Empire, where the original battlefield had been. He was glad that he hadn't joined in the fray, and instead observed the situation quietly. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yuan. These people are really unreliable. They fled as soon as something went wrong, leaving me here. I'm not easy to deal with either. But then again, is Jiang Li really that powerful? In the blink of an eye, he swept away a third of the great Yuan Empire's population. Our empire has suffered heavy losses this time. I think Yuan is cultivating a peerless combat art. Once he succeeds, he'll attack, or even go to the material plane and destroy Jiang Li's lair. When that time comes, we'll be able to enjoy the show. At the edge of the battlefield, the battle was still going on. It seemed like his army and the generals had already penetrated deep into the empires, and the snowball was growing larger and larger. Venerable Rome. Prince Feng called out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Venerable Rome and a dozen generals appeared in front of him and surrounded him. Prince Feng's eyebrows trembled, and he seemed to feel that something was wrong. Venerable Rome, what's going on? I only summoned you. Why are all the generals here? I'll tell you what's going on. Jiang Li appeared beside Venerable Rome. Venerable Rome bowed. Honorable Lord of Infinity, what are your orders? Originally, this woman had been loyal to Prince Feng, but now she had completely sided with Jiang Li. This series of changes made Prince Feng feel that the situation was hopeless, and there was no turning back. His heart was in a mess. You. Prince Feng was so angry that he retreated, wanting to escape. He knew that things were not good. However, the generals and Jiang Li had already formed a formation. The formation diagram appeared, and it was the formation diagram of the King of Kings. It completely sealed off the space-time here, and no one knew what was going on. The will of the three-dimensional universe. How have you been? I know your true colors. Prince Feng is but a shell of you. You are an existence of great fortune. Now that you've come to the core of the primal chaos, you will definitely become a supreme existence because you are three. Your achievements will not be inferior to Dao or Yuan, sure, Jiang Li said slowly. That's right, Jiang Li. Prince Feng calmed down, and a look of approval appeared on his face. Jiang Li, for you to reach this stage and be able to fight against me now, I still underestimated you. That's right, Prince Feng is just a shell of mine. I've poured power into his body, causing him to grow rapidly. In the end, he can rival the bottom few of the top 10 experts, which is why Yuan thinks highly of him. However, I didn't take over his body because if I did, Yuan would definitely be able to sense it. Yuan is still planning to find my whereabouts from his son, but he doesn't know that I've already obtained a treasure trove, which contains the formation diagram of the King of Kings and the marks of many of the most powerful experts. There are also some treasures that you can't understand. My cultivation is extremely invincible. Stop bragging. 3. Jiang Li laughed coldly. I already knew about your tricks. It's true that you had a fortuitous encounter. However, this is all the tricks of the primal chaos, not your own luck. Although you obtained many treasures and your strength has increased by leaps and bounds, there is no fundamental difference between you and Prince Feng. He is your shell, and you gave him power, allowing him to advance by leaps and bounds. And you are the shell of the primal chaos. That's right, I am the shell of the primal chaos, but I will corrode him, Prince Feng said. Zhongli, your limitless Tao will be mine sooner or later. Where did Wang Chao go? Zhongli asked. Haha, I knew you would ask this question, Prince Feng said. Wang Chao is indeed an unparalleled genius, but unfortunately his ambition is too great, and his way of thinking is too strange. He is even stranger than your limitless Tao. What he wants is truly impossible to achieve. He deeply offended the primal chaos, so I devoured him. To be more precise, the primal chaos used my hand to devour him. Are you daydreaming here? Zhongli didn't care at all. My guess was right. Wang Chao is not someone you can devour. Even the primal chaos can't do anything to him. You're too superstitious about him. If I didn't devour him, my cultivation wouldn't have reached this level, Prince Feng said. Zhongli, you'll be my meal sooner or later. I won't let you go. That's right. Logically speaking, the ancestor of the martial path, Ba Liming, transformed into the river of martial paths, and you devoured the river of martial paths. You also devoured Ba Liming. From this point of view, you don't understand Wang Chao and Ba Liming's realm. Ba Liming abandoned his emptiness and entered another inconceivable realm. Zhongli laughed. Now you've fallen for it, but I won't expose you. For now on, I want this shell of yours, Prince Feng. I want the power you left in his body as well. Then let's see if you can do it, Prince Feng said. Even if Zhongli killed this person, he wouldn't be able to destroy the will of the 3D universe. After entering the core of the primal chaos, he had a huge, fortuitous encounter. This fortuitous encounter was extraordinary, and he was still digesting it. However, he had sent his power to many countries and controlled many important people. He wanted to flourish everywhere, and Prince Feng was just one of his pawns. Infinite divine fist. Zhongli didn't even look and punched out. There were no powerful shockwaves or explosions when this punch was thrown. There were only waves of will, spiritual void. Heaven and earth flipped, and the sun and moon rotated. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled incessantly. Space squirmed, and there were infinite shadows everywhere. This infinity was the infinity in the depths of one's heart. Zhongli's punch was not meant to harm the body of the 3D universe, but to let his will cultivate the infinite great path. Damn it, you actually spread the will of infinity to me. How dare you? Prince Feng's expression changed. Why can't I spread it? This is a win-win situation for you. I can obtain power, and you can obtain mysteries. You can escape the control of the primal chaos. Only with infinity can you break through the primal chaos. Zhongli said, "Third, accept my infinity. We're the same kind of person." Chapter 9:71. Zhongli had cultivated 111 laws, and he had the supreme power of 12 reincarnations. Adding the marks of the 8 strongest experts in the King of Kings formation, his battle prowess was definitely not limited to 20 reincarnations. He might have already reached 25 reincarnations, or even more. One had to know that the stronger he was, the more he could activate the secrets of the King of Kings formation. The King of Kings formation was able to control 129,600 marks with such a thin piece of paper. From this, one could see that the secrets of the formation had reached an unfathomable level that even ghosts and gods could not measure. Therefore, he had absolute confidence that he could suppress Prince Feng. This Prince Feng in front of him was also extremely powerful. He had at least 20 reincarnations, but this was all illusory. It was not as pure as Zhongli's power. In martial arts, even four tails could move 500 kilograms. In Zhongli's eyes, Prince Feng's strength could be defeated with a single blow. Could 20 kilograms of black iron be compared to 20 kilograms of gold? Zhongli, do you think that you have me under your control? Prince Feng did not seem to care at all, as if he had nothing to fear. No, I'm not under your control. I'm inviting you to work with me. My sea can accommodate all rivers, and it can accommodate everything. Zhongli said, "You are the will of the three-dimensional universe, and you are also in the limitless. How about we work together to fight against the primal chaos? After the fight, we will all enter a new world. You could do whatever you want. How about that? I want to control the limitless river. This river is mine, and the limitless is also mine. Prince Feng did not believe Jiangli. He laughed out loud. It's useless even if you have a glib tongue. No one will believe you. If I join you, my life and death will all be yours. If you go back on your word, only death awaits us. It's better for me to control it myself. Moreover, when we fight against the primal chaos, no one knows what will happen. It's not impossible for you to abandon us and transcend on your own. That's true. Jiangli did not think of trying to convince Prince Feng any further. This person was determined and had his own path. It was impossible to change his view of the world. At this time, the only way was to kill him. This had happened countless times in history. When one's path was different, it was necessary to kill. In that case, I have no choice but to, Jiangli said. Rumble. Prince Feng launched an attack. His attack was very fast, and before Jiangli could react, his fist was already in front of him. Prince Feng's fist split the world into 3 parts, tearing apart the 3 parts of the world. This kind of power seemed to have the ambition to tear apart the archaic era and dominate the reincarnation cycle. Unfortunately, before this power could reach Jiangli, it completely dissipated. Then, it turned into a ball of energy and was absorbed by Jiangli. It's useless. 3, or rather, Prince Feng, your fist technique is completely useless against me. Although your power has 20 reincarnation units, it's too scattered and untrained. I only need to use the power of 1 reincarnation unit to defeat the power of 5 reincarnations. How are you going to fight me? Jiangli shook his head. He did not take Prince Feng's attack seriously at all. He said slowly, there is a military strategy in history. The weak can defeat the strong. It's very normal for a few thousand soldiers to defeat an army of 100,000. It's all because of a different understanding of power. If you rely on me and cultivate the infinite great path, you can also defeat the strong and reach a realm that you can't understand. How about it? Don't even think about it. Prince Feng punched again. This punch was much more elegant than the previous one. This punch was very stunning and gorgeous. It was slow, but it covered the entire universe. However, it suddenly shrank and built a vast empire in the depths of the dust, pushing forward layer by layer. Wherever the punch went, mountains and rivers, all living beings, heaven and earth, the sun and moon, plants, birds, animals, fish, insects, flowers, brocade, civilization, manufacturing, this punch was close to infinity. In other words, it was the essence extracted from infinity. Infinity had both dross and essence. However, it was precisely because of this that it was a supreme existence, and it seemed perfect. When Jiangli saw the punch coming, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. This punch is quite decent. Unfortunately, it's still far from my infinity. I'll show you the real infinity divine punch. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his palm. This palm appeared very blurry. The fingers could not be seen, but the lines on the palm could be seen. The lines on the palm gradually became clearer. They seemed to be the longitude and latitude of the world, and also the lines that divided space and time. They were more like all-encompassing divine diagrams, and also the veins of mountains, rivers, and dragons. The lines on the palm were the marks of power, the marks of space, the marks of the great path, and the marks of heaven. The net of heaven was wide, but it did not escape. The net of the earth was dense, and karma was entangled. Fate and karma were all involved in the lines. The palm was karma, fate, and the binding of all living beings. Even Prince Feng had no choice but to struggle and torment himself. Prince Feng's punch completely disappeared. Even his body was in Jiang Li's control. Jiang Li's palm gradually shrank. Prince Feng was like a fly frozen in amber, unable to move. Then, the flames of infinity burned fiercely, changing his thoughts, creating his soul, and changing his outlook on the world and cultivation even further. He truly accepted infinity. It was not the will of the three-dimensional universe that accepted infinity, but Prince Feng. The two of them were different concepts. Prince Feng became independent. Although the Big Yuan Empire had lost one-third of its living beings and had merged with the River of Infinity, there were still two-thirds left. It was very large and could be used as an issue. If Jiang Li subdued them himself, it would attract Yuan's attention. However, it would be much easier if Prince Feng did it. Other than that, Jiang Li subdued almost all the princes, including the secret princes group. This way, the upper echelons of the Big Yuan Empire would be under his control. He could completely transform the Big Yuan Empire while Yuan was in seclusion. In the battle just now, Jiang Li could already see that Yuan was in seclusion, cultivating an extremely powerful divine art. Once he comprehended it, he would probably have earth-shattering power. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded for a long time. Moreover, during the fight between Yuan and Dao, Jiang Li could sense that Yuan was probably injured. After all, Yuan Shi and Dao were not to be trifled with. This gave him the best opportunity. Crack! The River of Infinity expanded again. This was Prince Feng's complete faith in infinity. He had become a cultivator of infinity. His spirit was contributing to infinity, and his luck was also a part of it. And the power that descended on Prince Feng's body was completely neutralized. Jiang Li did not absorb this power. Instead, he let Prince Feng refine it. In fact, it was useless for him to absorb it. It was better to let Prince Feng manage the vast empire. Go. Transform the entire Big Yuan Empire and spread it to infinity. Jiang Li waved his finger, and the battle stopped. All of the generals and Prince Feng returned to their posts. Once the empire becomes limitless, its combat prowess will skyrocket. With that as a foundation, we can conquer even more empires. Yes, in an instant, Prince Feng and his people returned to the imperial city of the Big Yuan Empire. Then, they began to secretly spread infinity. Jiang Li flew up and hid in the depths of space, observing everything that was happening in the great Abyss Empire. Sure enough, his plan was working. He could vaguely see that many cities were secretly spreading the word. Even the government was intentionally or unintentionally promoting it, and it was blossoming everywhere. The government was under Jiang Li's control. It was because he controlled many princes, and those princes controlled many generals, 3 dukes and 9 ministers, forming an enormous alliance of benefits. Moreover, this was something that truly had benefits, because cultivation was limitless. Everyone could obtain powerful divine abilities, and their strength would increase by at least several times. Jiang Li watched the rolling spirit and destiny descend and sink into the depths of his winding river. The winding river grew more spirited and intelligent, allowing him to once again condense the structure of 112 nomological laws. 112 nomological laws was called abyssal. He wanted to devour the entire Big Yuan Empire. First, he had to overcome the principles created by abyssal. He had to firmly grasp the flaws of the rivers to the abyss. The abyssal Tao was not only targeted at the empire, but also the principles. As the countless living beings of the great Abyss Empire cultivated endlessly, Jiang Li's abyssal edicts reached perfection. They circulated in his body, transforming into a pitch-black, abyssal aura that was even deeper, more invincible, more boundless, and more boundless than the abyss formed by the word abyss. The pitch-black abyssal nomological laws enveloped the imperial city. Abyssal, who was cultivating in the depths of the imperial city, could not sense the changes in the empire he had created. By the time he awoke, the mountains and rivers would have changed, and the empire would no longer belong to him. Once the abyssal nomological laws were formed, they would be blinded by abyssal's eyes and ears. Even the shocking changes in the imperial city were unknown to abyssal. This way, Jiang Li could better utilize the infinite Tao. Infinite descend. He unleashed a peerless profound art once more. In the blink of an eye, monuments were erected everywhere, inscribed with the cultivation method of the infinite Tao. In the depths of the Big Yuan Empire, monuments sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The monuments influenced everyone. The imperial court also shouted the slogan of infinite cultivation, increased strength. Everyone's cultivation was limitless, and they benefited from it. Everyone's wisdom gathered together to form a vast network. It was a torrent of thoughts, a wave of wisdom, and an ocean of creation. Everyone's cultivation increased greatly, and they were united in their desire to reverse the chaos. At the same time, order from a mortal realm was established, and the Big Yuan Empire grew stronger and stronger. Rumble. Before long, the entire empire shook. Jiangli could see from the depths of the void that the empire was limitless. His will had penetrated every inch of it, and he had gained complete control of the empire. The empire belonged to him, not Abyssal. All right, it's time to have a good talk with Abyssal. Jiangli stepped into the altar in the depths of the imperial city, where Abyssal cultivated. Chapter 972. This was the time for a real showdown with Yuan. Jiangli had gained complete control over all living beings in the great Yuan Empire. His strength had increased tremendously, and he had mastered 112 laws. This law restrained the Tao of the Abyss and suppressed the countless changes in the great Yuan Empire, preventing outsiders from knowing about the changes in the empire. However, it was still very difficult to completely control Yuan. The reason Yuan didn't care about the great Yuan Empire was because of his unparalleled divine abilities. Even if the empire fell into the hands of others, he could take it back at any time. This was his confidence in his own strength. Unfortunately, Jiangli had shattered this confidence. At the center of the imperial city was an altar. In the depths of the altar was a pitch-black space. No one knew where it led to, but it was so deep that even the gods were terrified. Jiangli didn't feel anything. He already knew Yuan's strength, so why would he be afraid? Fear came from the unknown. He was omniscient, so he naturally wasn't afraid. Whoosh! He stepped into the depths of the altar and sank down into the pitch-black abyss. Not long after, he reached the bottom and saw the dense array diagrams. On the array diagrams, the most powerful experts were scattered like stars in the sky. They shone brightly like the stars in the sky. There are actually so many imprints of the strongest experts. My God, Jiangli was shocked. Although he knew that Yuan controlled the imprints of the strongest experts, he didn't expect there to be more than 100 of them. According to his calculations, Yuan would at most have dozens or even more than 10 imprints of the strongest experts. Fortunately, the more imprints there were, the harder it was to control them. These imprints were the strongest experts of every reincarnation. Their aura could swallow the universe, encompass all directions, suppress the 6 directions, tear apart the 8 trigrams, and trample over the universe. They basically wouldn't submit to anyone. Although some experts of the origin world were stronger than them and had greater strength, their willpower hadn't been tempered through reincarnation. On the contrary, they wouldn't place them in their eyes. So, how could they convince them? Hence, now that Yuan had obtained the array diagram, he wanted to use the array diagram to suppress these imprints and make them his own. At the same time, he could display supreme divine abilities to absorb the essence and martial arts of the imprints and make the Tao of the Abyss even more complete. This way, he would sooner or later have a shocking cultivation. But it doesn't matter. If the strongest experts can be convinced, then they aren't the strongest experts at all. The imprints of the strongest experts are so strong that even the primal chaos can't refine them. They don't rely on strength, but will. The reason why I was able to obtain the recognition of the 8 strongest experts is because of infinity. Jiangli stealthily sneaked in and observed the changes, searching for the various changes in the diagram. The formation in front of him had already transformed into a universe. That was the imprint of the strongest expert. It turned into countless stars and spread out in the boundless space. Even if an expert came in, they wouldn't be able to find the true location of the abyss. This was a huge formation that could cover the entire area and swallow everything. Unfortunately, Jiangli found Yuan's location in an instant. It was in a corner of the array diagram. It was an inconspicuous place, but it was the safest. Moreover, this place was constantly rotating. In an instant, it would change to another location. This was similar to the great Tao of the abyss. It was constantly changing and never stopped. There wouldn't be a fixed martial art. As the saying went, flowing water never rots. Jiangli locked onto Yuan's true body. He was a middle-aged man in black. He was very dignified, and his whole body was wrapped in black gas. It was as if black dragons were drilling in and out of his body. Yuan's body was formed by countless spaces. Infinite gods, I appeared in the center of Jiang Li's brows. He observed the endless changes and immediately knew that Yuan's body couldn't subdue the imprints of the strongest. King of Nine Songs, why don't you cooperate with me? Let's work together and create the supreme Tao of the abyss. We can make the primal chaos belong to my abyss. Yuan's voice seemed to be speaking to the imprints of the strongest. The imprints ignored him and turned a deaf ear to him. Oomph. He asked many times, but there was no effect at all. He couldn't help but become furious. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Jiangli watched as Yuan used his divine ability and sent out raging black flames to burn the imprints of the strongest. He was still observing the changes and didn't act immediately. Abyss black flames. Yuan roared as the black flames roared within the formation diagram, causing the imprints to sizzle. You stubborn people, I gave you face, but you don't want it. You're just experimental subjects of the primal chaos. Do you really think you're undying? Even though I can't completely destroy and refine all of you, I have 3 King of Kings formation diagrams. I can use my abyssal black flames to torture you, and your wills will suffer eternal pain under my black flames. This is a tragedy for you, as you can't die. However, this means that you'll suffer even more pain. However, the imprints of the strongest still ignored him. Looks like I'll have to use the infinite great Tao to descend here and make these imprints return to my body. However, I can't control so many imprints at all. Zhongli thought about it. Although the mark of the strongest expert was powerful, it was actually a kind of burden. Between the marks, their thoughts and principles were the opposite of each other. The principles of the previous reincarnation cycle might not be the same in the next reincarnation cycle. Even the primal chaos would find it hard to fuse them together. Yuan wanted to subdue them, but he was thinking too much. Of course, Jiang Li's infinite great Tao could fuse them, but it was a pity that his cultivation was not high enough and he did not have enough laws. He needed to comprehend more laws to be able to control more imprints. Right now, there were a total of 136 imprints from the strongest experts. Jiangli estimated that he would need to gain enlightenment of 10 more laws before he could subdue them one by one and bring them into his infinity. That way, his infinity would reach the highest level. Of course, the King of Kings formation diagram was also a foundational divine ability to subdue these imprints. However, these were all illusory. It was impossible to make these imprints submit and melt with brute force. In fact, the imprints themselves were inextinguishable and unyielding wills, not real existences. Only reason could free them completely. In fact, to them, this was also a kind of pain. Jiang Li's infinite great Tao silently circulated within his body, and he prepared to act. Rumble. The situation suddenly changed. The entire Abyss Great Formation seemed to be filled with invincible power, causing the Abyss Great Formation to revolve to the extreme. Jiangli could not stay any longer and directly came out. Following this, what welcomed him was a fist, Yuan's fist. The moment this fist appeared, the heavens and earth fell into incomparable darkness. Lord of Infinity, you've finally come. I knew you were lurking here. I know everything you've done in my great Yuan Empire. The reason why I pretended to be like this was to draw a bow without firing it, to lure you here. Devour. Come out. Yuan's will directly pierced into Jiang Li's thoughts. Jiang Li's infinite great Tao moved slightly, and light burst forth, piercing through the darkness of the abyss. Even the opponent's fist was completely nullified. However, when he dispelled this attack, he saw an inconceivable scene. Beside Yuan stood a youth. His body proportions were even more balanced and perfect than Yuan's, and his aura was a notch higher. The lines on his face had a certain gentleness to it, as if it could contain all things. His eyes were born and destroyed in the blink of an eye. When he closed his eyes, the world fell into darkness. When he opened his eyes, there was light everywhere. However, there seemed to be an extremely powerful devouring power in his chest and heart that could devour all things and melt the void. Needless to say, this youth was one of the 10 great experts of the origin world, second only to Devour. Yuan was ranked third, but his strength wasn't much different from Devour's. When the two joined forces, they were even more invincible. Their power increased by more than 10 times. This time, he had a good plan. The two of them had lured Jiangli into their trap, catching him like a turtle in a jar. The 10 great experts of the origin world: 1, 2, Devour, 3, 4, 5 realms, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 seals. Each of these people was domineering and invincible. Jiangli had witnessed the power of Middle Dao, and he knew he was no match for them. Devour and Yuan were alone, and he had a chance at victory. However, if they joined forces, he would be in grave danger. Greetings, Lord of Infinity. I am Devour. The young Devourer put his hand on his chest and bowed. This was an ancient etiquette that made him seem otherworldly. It was the complete opposite of his name, which was ferocious and domineering. Greetings, I am Jiangli. Jiangli wasn't surprised and returned the etiquette. Lord of Infinity, Yuan said. How do you feel now? Do you want to hand over the infinite great Tao? Or do you want us to kill you and take away your infinite great Tao? At that time, the pain you will suffer will be unimaginable. Yuan, your question is really strange. Jiangli smiled. The infinite great Tao is the strongest Tao. It's an existence that surpasses the primal chaos. It's predestined. Not even the primal chaos can defeat or destroy it. If you could take it away, it wouldn't belong to me anymore. It's fate. You attacking me is just my fate. You're just training me. It's like refining real gold with fire. Although real gold can melt for a while, it will only become purer and purer. What you say makes sense, Lord of Infinity. However, the future is ever-changing. It is not predestined. The Tao can fall onto anyone, and the so-called infinity means that there are many possibilities. What you're talking about is a violation of the natural laws of infinity. You, Jiangli, can be the Lord of Infinity, and I can be the Lord of Infinity. We are all Lords of Infinity, said Devour. Changes and predestined numbers are the same. There's no difference. It's just that you haven't comprehended the true meaning of nothing. Jiangli said, it's true that you can become the Lord of Infinity. As long as you start to cultivate the infinite great Tao, under the influence of time, perhaps you can replace me one day and cultivate infinity. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.